welcome to your very own BYJU'S 9th and 10th grade channel. I'm your teacher Aishwarya and I welcome you to today's class where I will be taking the chapter How Do Organisms Reproduce, and we will be doing this chapter in one shot. So I need all of you to let me know if my audio, my video and my screen and whatever I'm writing on the screen is visible to all of you. If it is, please do give me a quick thumbs up to let me know that we are good to go. Good evening, all of you. Good evening. Now, of course, I can see that all of you are telling me, ma'am, we are good to go. I can see that all of you are super duper excited. Yes. So today there's going to be a slight change from normally how I take classes, because normally the live chat runs in front of me. But today for some reason it's not running or it's stuck. I don't know what is wrong with the system. You know, with technology we will face these sort of drawbacks, but nonetheless I'm going to be looking at my phone and I will be looking at the comments. Now, of course, thank you so much for all of you and your concern. I know earlier I was suffering from laryngitis where my voice box was affected, and that's why even now my voice is not fully there, but 95% I have recovered well, right? But nonetheless, I have to be taking some breaks in between, and of course breaks are necessary for understanding and learning effectively, which is why today very quickly I'm going to jump into what you can expect in this class, right? No more time waste. See, this particular class is happening in October and November is going to come, which means that very soon you will have your pre-boards, you will have your practical exams. Before you open and close your eyes, it's done, over. Board exams are here. Which is why today we are going to be preparing not just for some upcoming unit test or upcoming pre-board. Our aim today when we are studying this chapter is how will I master this chapter for my board exam. Which is why first and foremost I will be doing proper in-depth concept explanation, right? So today you can expect an in-depth concept explanation. So I will be going into the nitty-gritties of it. Now, side by side, we are also going to be doing NCERT reading. That means I will also be telling you what are the important pointers that you need to mark in your textbook. So please have your textbooks ready with you. Next up, we are going to be solving important questions also. So we will be doing important questions today after important topics. And most importantly, I will also be telling you about what are the possible types of questions that will come. Yes. So I'll give you a list of important subjective questions towards the end of the class, right? So basically, this video will become your one-stop solution for how do organisms reproduce. That is the aim. Now, next up, when you are coming for this class, what all do you need to have handy? You need to make it a point that you have your notebooks and your textbooks open with you, have your stationery, your water bottle, and a quiet place to focus. Now, like I said, because I'm going to do the whole chapter, you understand that this chapter, if you've read it before, is as big as life processes, which means that there are a lot of concepts to cover. And after life processes, let me tell you that from this chapter, you will get good number of questions in your objective bit. So in your MCQs, you will get. And from last year's paper, I have observed that a lot of assertion reason comes from this particular topic. Now moving on along with this, your 2-mark questions, 3-mark questions and 5-mark questions also come from this chapter. I have observed it over series, right? For many years, I have noticed this. Now, of course, since the objective pattern came very recently around 2020-21, which is why from objectives also I have observed that this chapter holds a lot of weightage, which means that today, that is the reason why we chose to do it today and start around 3 o'clock, so that we do it around, say you have ample amount of time to learn this chapter in great detail, and you don't do it in some hudbuddy that, oh, okay, I have to watch it, I'll watch some summary and I'll get done with it, right? So I hope that all of you here are excited, right? Very quickly, students, are we all ready? Now I need you to commit. Now, I know some of you may have other commitments, and whoever is watching this live, you may drop off in between. But whoever is watching this chapter, whenever you are watching it, right, make it a point that you commit yourself that let it be. It may be 3 hours, it may go up to 4 hours, I'm not sure, even I've not really, I cannot even give you a duration that I'll finish it in 1 hour. No way is this happening in 1 hour. 2 hours, Still, I don't think so because we have quite a bit to cover. But however long today's class goes, if you commit your time, if you commit effort, if you commit to this video, then my promise to you is that I will make this chapter easy so that tomorrow you will get the marks that you need to score. So are we all ready, everybody? Are we all ready? Yes. Now, of course, students, I know many of you are new to my class. Welcome, welcome. Yes. Good evening to all of you, Rupinder, Mish, Sunita, Anish. That is, I can see Comfy Studies. I can see Ankit, Reema, Ashwini. Yes. Main important thing, I'm not going to do this continuously. We will have breaks. Aram se we will do with breaks only. I also need break. I am also human. I will not be able to do it at one stretch. Yes. Ma'am, voice is still low. Okay, don't mind. I'm going to increase my phone volume. Yeah, it's a little lower than normal, I would say. But it's okay, right? ठीक है. Yes, ma'am, I was about... Okay, please don't fall asleep between class. That's all I recommend. Otherwise, later I'll be halfway through the rest of the chapter. ठीक है. So, let's get started. It is all fine. We are good to go. Ready. So now, I hope that we all have it. We all have our notebooks, textbooks, everything open. I give you ample amount of time. Now, let's quickly list down what we are going to study today and in what order, right? So first and foremost, I will use a brighter color. We are going to start about understanding what is reproduction, right? So we will start today's class with understanding what is reproduction and its importance. Now from here, we will move on to learning about how organisms, right? So we learn about how organisms can make copies of themselves, yes? So how they can make copies of themselves, or I can say we are going to learn about DNA copying mechanism. Now I'm not going to go into the details of it, but there are a few important things that we need to keep in mind when we are studying about it, right? Then of course we will move on to talking about importance of variation, right? This chapter and the next chapter, heredity, deals with variation. But in this chapter, you will get a small idea of what it is. But when we cover heredity, you will have a larger idea about why the mechanism of variation comes into picture. Then, of course, we will move on to modes of reproduction, right? So, we will move on to the next topic where we learn about modes of reproduction and we learn about asexual and sexual mode. So we will do asexual and sexual mode and we will do the differences between the two. Yes, then we will move on to types, right? So we will move on to types of asexual mode of reproduction. Now this is very, very important on a board examination front. So fission, fragmentation, regeneration, budding, spore formation, then of course vegetative propagation. Then moving on, we will also then learn about sexual reproduction, right? Once we complete this whole thing, we will learn about sexual reproduction and we will learn about its importance and how variation occurs in this. Then we will move on to sexual reproduction in flowering plants. So then we will move on to flowering plants where we will do the structure of the flower, right? Then we are going to do pollination, fertilization and what are the post-fertilization changes. Then of course we will move on to the next aspect where I know you are going to ask me a lot of inappropriate questions. But today I have come prepared. We're going to learn about sexual mode of reproduction. Reproduction in humans. So let me just come this side a little bit. So we're going to do about sexual reproduction in human beings where we will look at changes during adolescence, right? So we will do changes during adolescence. We will do male-female reproduction. Reproductive systems. I'm just going to write male and female reproductive systems here. Then, of course, we will look at what happens during fertilization, right? So, we learn about fertilization. We learn about embryo development. So, you understand we have a lot to study today. Embryo development. Then, we learn about menstruation. We learn about the process. And we will conclude our session today with reproductive health, right? So we will conclude it with reproductive health and contraception. So as you can see, I needed 2 pages and short forms to write the whole learning objectives that we are going to be covering today. Ma'am, yes, done. It is going to be done today, not a problem. But everybody stay with me till the very end and trust me, this chapter becomes easy. So let's get started now. Now I may not be addressing your comments, but I will take a doubt board where I will look at it. But up until then, I will be teaching you, right? Okay. So we'll get started, everybody. Are we ready? Okay? Ma'am, big chapter, but Josh is very high. Yes. Ma'am, we have sexual reproduction in flowers. Yes. I'll be covering that as well. Okay. Very good. Money credit will also come today. Once I finish this class, I'll send both to you. Chalo, 3, 2, 1, and we will get started. Now, everybody, I'm keeping my phone aside, which means I will not be able to see your comments. Okay. So now, as you know, this particular chapter deals with reproduction. Now, I want you to take a minute and I want you to try and observe what you see, right? What is it that you are able to see on your screen right now? Now, I'm sure that many of you out here, right? Many of you out here, what will you tell me? Ma'am, I can see a family. Now, I can see that there are some grandparents here. I can see that there are parents here. I can see some small children here. I can see some, babies and puppies. All of them are here. Very good. So many of them are there and they all look very happy, right? Now, most importantly, in the surroundings, can I say that we are seeing living organisms? Can I say that ma'am, I agree with you that there is father, mother, grandfather, child, puppy. Then there are, plants in and around them. Then there are some tiny organisms that you and I cannot see. But all of them are living, right? And from our previous chapters, we have understood that for any organism to be alive, whether it's him, her, or anybody out there, we see that for any process or for any organism to be termed alive, we know that they need to carry out certain processes that will help them survive, right? And this is what we call as life processes. We have learnt about it. Now, what were the 4 life processes that we learnt about? We learnt about nutrition, respiration, transportation, and we learnt about excretion as well. But I want us to come back to one point, that we see all of them being alive. But can I say that all of them are at different stages of life? Will you all agree with me? Okay, ma'am. They all are doing life process, but they're all at different stages of life. Do you all agree with me? Yes or no? Yes. So we see that in this group, they all are found in different stages. And every living organism, right, has a set time period, okay? There's a set time period between birth to death. And we call this time period as the lifespan of a living organism. Now, this lifespan varies from organism to organism, right? An average lifespan of, let's say, a human being would be about 60-70 years, but that number would be different for an elephant versus, let's say, a dog, or the number would even be different for any kind of cell as well. But lifespan is basically the time period between birth and death. And in this lifespan, we see that an organism, so let's say in our case, we go through different stages. We go through infancy, right? We all start off as babies. Then we move on to childhood, right? Then, of course, we will move on to the teenage phase that most of you are here. Yes, so most of you are in your teenage state. From that to where I am in adulthood, then of course you will reach like a midlife point and then eventually old age, right? So here in this particular case, what do we see? We go through different stages. Now, as we go through these different stages, can I also say that we are growing, right? As we go through different stages, no? We always say that we are growing old, or that is a term that we normally say, that, oh, you've grown so much. This is something that we normally say, right? That, oh, ma'am, oh, we've all grown up a lot. So this growth that we see, right? This growth is also something that we observe. This growth happens due to growth of cells. Now, growth is not something limited to you and me. We know that plants, animals, they also grow. Yes. But the focus is not just growth in us as an individual, right? But it's also as growth in population. Do you all agree with me? Yes or no? Ma'am, it is not just that if I am saying that Divyanshu is growing up, Divyanshu is grown up, Divyanshu is all, mature and ready, but that is an individual growth that we're talking about. But as a population, as an organism also we are growing, right? And this growth is not just seen in humans, but we observe this growth in plants and animals also. And we also see it in microorganisms like your bacteria, your amoeba, and all of that. So, what is that process that is helping us grow in number? This process is what you call as reproduction. So, the process, very easy words में. If I have to define reproduction, it is a process that allows organism to increase its population. Or I can say it grows in number. But how do we grow in number, right? If reproduction is facilitating, does this mean that all organisms are randomly growing in number? I am giving rise to maybe some kitten, or from an elephant we are getting a dog. Does that happen in that manner? Is reproduction just random ways in which, growth of population can happen? No, right? It wouldn't make sense at all if that is the case. So in this case, if you look at it, another way in which we can look reproduction is also, or another way I would define reproduction is nothing but a process by which living organisms, and this sometimes becomes my go-to definition for reproduction, right? Reproduction can be defined as a process by which living organisms create young ones of their own kind, right? Now focus here, or you can say create, or you can say give rise to, whatever it be. But it's a process by which they give rise to young ones of their own kind. That means Hydra will not give amoeba, but Hydra will give its own kind. This Hydra will produce a younger Hydra. This amoeba will produce amoeba only. It will not give rise to bacteria. So understand that this term, its own kind or its own species, is very, very important. Now this word young one, right? Young one is something that we use often. So now one more technical term I might keep using, which is offspring. Now later don't come and ask me, ma'am, what is offspring? How is it different? All same, okay? Young one, offspring, all of that is the same, right? So if I use it interchangeably, don't get confused. It can be Rupinder, it can be. You can use the term offspring as well. Now, this right here, this process, right, is very, very important process. But normally, when you talk about life processes in general, right, we normally don't include reproduction. We say that if reproduction is not included also, it is okay, but still reproduction is important. Now, what is this hypocrisy? Ma'am, life process is needed for survival. But you are saying that if reproduction is not necessary, then why should an organism even reproduce? What benefit will an organism get by doing this process of reproduction or by growing in number? Can you tell me? Yes. Can you tell me what advantage is an organism going to get by doing reproduction if it is not considered to be a life process? So when I say life process, that means that that process should happen for the survival of the organism, right? What will happen? Arey, very good, very good. Seeing a lot of answers coming my way, right? Very good. I can see the answers, and I hope that whoever is watching this much later, you think about it, right? Start thinking first. When we are doing this logical way of thinking, you need to think about, okay, if it is not essential for survival, then why are we learning, right? Beautiful, all of you. Beautiful. Chitranshu, I'll answer that, but probably towards the end. Okay? Okay. Harshit, I'm just getting started. Very good. So what are the benefits of reproduction? First and foremost, right, we saw that it helps in growth of population of the organism. Now, much earlier, if I go, let's say, 100 years back. 100 years back, I was not there. You were not there. We are all not there. Probably our parents also more or less were not there. But 100 years back, there were human beings, right? And now also we find human beings. And surprisingly, the number of human beings have gone up, and it's just going, God knows in what direction it's going. But as you can see, humans are there then, humans are there now. I'm not talking at a familial level or at a societal level, but I'm talking at a biological, as a species level. We have managed to sustain different generations altogether, right? 100, 200, 500 years back also, if I go, I will find humans. So how is it that we were able to survive for so long? As a species, we have continued across those different time periods because of this process of reproduction. So it enables the continuation of species. Now I'm sure all of you would have heard about how there are some species which are no longer there on the face of the planet, right? For example, dodo is an example. Now many of you will come and say dinosaur, but I'm not taking dinosaur as an example for this particular case, right? Now, two reasons why organisms can go extinct, right? Or they can no longer exist on the face of this planet. One, if the population, right? If we have, let's say, 5 of them only left, and you go and you kill all of them, and they have not produced anybody for continuing that species line, then it will end here, right? It is going to end here. Which is why in this case, right, we see that organisms can go extinct if, let's say, any organism, let's assume organism X, right, continues. If it continues to, or it decides to not reproduce anymore, then over a period of time, that population can cease to exist. So that is what we mean by continuation of species. Now next up, we see that there's a very interesting statement. Now they do this, right, or they're able to achieve this continuity of species by making more copies of themselves. We're literally talking about copies. Now, how many of you use this term? I'm sure I shouldn't be asking you this, but we all take Xerox copies of notebooks or of our friends some notes. We take Xerox copies of papers, right? We all take Xerox copies of maybe important documents that we have. You all agree with me on that, right? We all take Xerox copies. Now, is that Xerox copy that you and I take for our advantage or for our benefit, which is the exact replica of what we took? So if I have a sheet of my Aadhaar card and I took a Xerox copy, then I have an exact copy of that Aadhaar card with me right here. Just exact same. So when I say, right, when I say making more copies, am I intending something like that? Or how exactly do organisms create Xerox copies? Do they go and then they sit in the Xerox machine and whoops, copy has appeared? Absolutely not. Which means that reproduction has something to do with this, right? So reproduction helps in somehow creating copies of themselves. And I will explain this in detail. Now students, I know a lot of doubts are pouring in, right? Lots of doubts are pouring in. Don't worry, I'll take a doubt board. Just that comments are not on my screen, it's on my phone, so I don't want to get distracted in between. So pay attention to this portion. Now let me tell you all one thing. From this topic, there are chances you can get assertion reason questions. So pay attention to the concept real clear. Okay? Okay. So now, do organisms create exact copies? Let's understand this with an example. Now here I have an example of a unicellular organism as amoeba, and I have a multicellular organism which is the human being, right? So I have two organisms here kept with me. Now if you look at these two organisms, we see that this amoeba here has produced its offsprings, right? Then of course we see here that there are human beings which have created their offspring. Now, if you look at it, and let's assume in normal conditions only, we are not going to take some extraordinary or exceptions in this case. We're talking about in normal conditions. When any human baby is born, or if any new human individual is born, can I say that in normal cases, they have a basic body design? Yes or no? Can I say that there was a basic body design for them? Will you all agree with me? Yes or no? Students, every organism in this case, right, when they produce their offspring, basic body design. What do I mean by that? 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, right, 2 ears. Can I consider this as a basic body design by which you look at somebody and say that, oh, that is a human being? Which is why I said we are assuming normal conditions and not any kind of other cases, right? We're talking about when everything is okay. So organisms can look similar. You're able to identify me as a human being because I have a basic body design. But it begs us the question, right? How is it that, let's say, two people have, or all humans have two eyes, one nose, they all have hair, or okay, let's not go into hair, but at least there will be traces of hair, right? Or presence of hair, rather, I would say. Then, of course, we have one mouth. Now, that body design, if it has to go across generations, it is not that suddenly it is like this. Many generations have a similar body design. That means what? The information for all this, that if a human is going to be born, they are going to have XYZ characteristics. This information should be there somewhere. Or rather, another word I'm going to use is going to be blueprint. Purvi, this is why I said I am considering all normal scenario. There are a lot of exceptions also, which I will explain in some time. So we see that every organism has a blueprint, yes or no? So at a very fundamental level, reproduction is a process where that blueprint needs to get transferred from one generation to the other. Are we all clear? Are you all with me? Yes or no? Whoever is telling me, ma'am, I'm asking doubts, please understand that the live chat is on my phone. I'll do a doubt board after this. Ma'am, what is blueprint? Blueprint is basically where your information is kept, right? Blueprint is wherever your information is kept, right? Okay. Now, where is this blueprint going to be? Can you all tell me? So, somewhere in our body, this information is stored. And there is a large repository of this information. So, can you all tell me? Yes? Easy. Very good, AV. Very good. I can see Siddhant, Sidhu, Neha, Sakshi. Brilliant, brilliant. So when we say information, blueprint, whatever you want to call it, all other synonyms for which I'm not able to come up with, if you think of all of that, we see that it is in the genetic material of an organism. The genetic material that is present inside our cells have this information. So we see that in this case, that is where the information is stored. So quickly, if you were to revise this bit of it, we know that the genetic material that is there in our body is present inside the nucleus of the cells. And of course, we know that inside the nucleus, we will find chromosomes, right? Now, what are chromosomes? They are rod-shaped structures. Now, these chromosomes will normally appear only during cell division time, right? So, only during cell division time, we observe chromosomes. Otherwise, the genetic material is found in thread-like structures. Thread-like form, which you will call as chromatin network, or you will call it as chromatin material. Now, this chromatin material, which is thread-like, is actually made of condensed DNA. So, DNA, that stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, right? So, deoxyribonucleic acid is actually the genetic material. And this has all the information that is needed. Yes? Now we know that there are segments of DNA that code for specific proteins. And you're going to learn more about it in heredity. So I will not go too much in detail here. But you need to understand that DNA that is there has parts. It's not like full DNA has all information and full DNA will take care of everything. Different parts of the DNA has information for different aspects. And how do they control and regulate it? By producing proteins, right? So that is how it has all the information for producing proteins, and proteins carry out the rest of it. Okay? Are we all with me? Are you all with me? Yes or no? Have we all gotten lost in this conversation? I will tell you what is RNA. Karan and others, if you want to get distracted, you don't want to pay attention, it's okay. You can leave the class, no worries, you can come back and watch it later, but don't disturb the students who are live. Thank you. Very good. Ashwini, I'm coming to that. Okay? Okay. So I will revise all of this once again. Don't worry if you've not understood it at one go. Now all this information is present in the DNA, which means that every time, let's start from the easy part, that every time, let's say a new cell is produced in my body. Let's say when I am growing as a person. Let's not even talk about reproduction now. How will I grow? How does growth happen? Growth happens because the number of cells in my body are also increasing, right? So we see that I am able to grow at that time. Now, even when I grow, that information should be consistent, which is why we see that during cell division, we see that this information gets passed. Now, how does the information get passed? We see that there is a mechanism of DNA copying, right? Which, if you decide to pursue biology in 11th and 12th, you will learn this process to be DNA replication. So this is the technical term of DNA copying. Now this is a very elaborate mechanism that happens inside our body. Now you imagine this DNA that is there is so long that it has to be condensed to be made into chromatin or chromosomes, right? But during DNA copying, what happens? No, it's a very interesting process. Now during DNA copying, this DNA that is there, it will slowly, now it is a double helical structure, right? It is a double helical structure, which means that it has these two strands and all the information is there in this DNA. But when the DNA copying mechanism takes place, what will it do? It will undergo various changes such that it will now make an entire copy of itself, right? So it will end up making an entire copy. So just like how I decided to, Xerox copy my Aadhaar card and keep a copy of it, my DNA has undergone various changes. See, I have oversimplified this concept. When you go, you will realize how many enzymes, how many proteins, what is the mechanism involved. I don't want to scare you with all of that, right? But you see that it will end up making a copy of itself. So that when the cell is going to divide, it will not be that the DNA becomes half, but rather this one copy will go into cell 1 and the second copy of DNA will go into cell 2. And of course, the initial one will no longer be there. So are we all clear? Yes. Are we all clear? Mahi bacha, I told you I will take it during doubt board. Yes? Okay. Are you all with me? I've made it as simple as possible. NCERT has used very fancy language, right? Very, very fancy language, but I've tried to make it as simple as possible. Ma'am, why is DNA copying necessary for reproduction? Because you see, like I told you, when growth happens, or let's say during cell division, which is a very simple process, we see that in this case, we see that there needs to be transmission of information. But in the same case also, if let's say an offspring needs to get produced, how is the offspring starting off as? That is also starting off as a cell only, no? That means that if information has to go to the offspring, that okay, you need to grow up into being into this species, that information is there in the genetic material. But the parent cell cannot just give it away. It needs to make a copy of itself, right? That is the importance here, okay? Okay, now we have understood about why DNA copying is necessary, because genetic information cannot be divided into half. The copy of that information should keep going. You cannot imagine if there's a cell, let's assume a cell which normally, again, understand I'm using the word normal. Let's assume, okay, let's take a skin cell, a live skin cell. Now, if the skin cell, which normally has a nucleus, is devoid of it, or the genetic material becomes half, or now there is some damage to the genetic material, then our body has a mechanism by which it will sort of get rid of that cell. That is an anomaly for the body. Body will say, okay, this does not look normal, this looks weird, I think I should get rid of that cell. So our body has various mechanisms by which it will tackle that. That is first aspect. But second aspect is that DNA copying alone is not going to do the job for us, right? So in this particular case, right, when you look at this particular video where cell division is taking place, having a copy of DNA alone is not going to allow the cell to survive. Because in grade 9, we have already learned that for this mechanism to take place, we know that in especially eukaryotic cells, right, or in higher cells, we know that it also requires various organelles also, right, or what in your textbook they call as cellular apparatus. This cellular apparatus talks about cytoplasm. It is talking to you about your cell organelles. So it is not that during cell division, DNA copying alone takes place, but rather the whole cellular component needs to get generated, or a copy needs to be made so that it will give rise to two cells. Yes? Okay. So in this case, we can arrive at the fact that DNA consists of the blueprint of an organism. Now, what I have elaborated to you about cell division and the mechanism that I just told you about was nothing but the mitotic division, right? Where in mitotic division, we see that there is a parent cell, right? We see that there is a parent cell. It will undergo certain changes and it will give rise to daughter cells, right? So this will give rise to daughter cells, okay? Are you all with me now? Yes or no? Now, before I go ahead, right, I'm going to take some doubts. I will take a quick doubt board at this point. Now, many 9th standard, 8th standard students are there. I know this might be a little higher for you, but when you come to 10th, it will get easy. Don't worry. Ma'am, both male and female cells have to divide. Yes, that is when we go into sexual reproduction. But now I want you to just think of it in general, right? Any cell. Ma'am, what is RNA, right? RNA is nothing but ribonucleic acid. Now, ribonucleic acid is the genetic material in some viruses, right? And of course, in our body, we have RNA, which also plays a very important role in protein synthesis. No mentee work diary, please don't spam. Mahi, I've not even started modes of reproduction. If you are patient, it's a one-shot class. I will take those doubts when I am addressing those topics. Okay, ma'am, Ashwini is asking me, ma'am, is reproduction a life process? See, we cannot, if I go by the literal definition of life process, which is nothing but it is a process necessary for the survival of the organism. If I go by that definition where I use the word survival, then I cannot consider it as a life process. But is it an essential process needed for the continuity of generations? Then yes, it is an important life process that ensures that life continues for many generations. Okay, all clear. Difference between DNA and RNA. In our body, like I said, DNA is the genetic material. In our body, DNA is genetic material and RNA helps with protein synthesis in our body. Ma'am, why is newly formed DNA copies may not be identical? Deekshita, I am arriving to that point. Okay, mitosis, meiosis, I will explain. Arjun Sai, our class will go long today. It is a long class. So, ma'am, reproduction is not necessary for a particular person, but it is for a species. Very good, Ashwini. You could put it that way. Lifespan of microorganisms differs from organism to organism. Haploid, diploid, Abhishek, I'll do it when I do meiosis ka explanation. I will explain mitosis, meiosis, don't worry. Ma'am, is there DNA exchange during reproduction? See, DNA exchange, there's no exchange when you talk about it. See, when we do sexual reproduction, you will understand that a slightly bit better. Now, I know some of the doubts that you are asking, I am about to cover it in some time. So, if you are patient with me, you can stay till that bit because I just want you to get a fundamental idea about DNA copying and that's it, right? I just need you to have that fundamental doubt, okay? Okay. Awesome. Now, one more thing. Understand that during cell division, right? During cell division is when we will observe chromosomes mainly. Otherwise, you will see it as chromatin material. So, what are chromosomes? They are highly condensed forms of DNA which is rod-like. But what is chromatin? Highly condensed form of DNA which is thread-like. Yes? Okay. Ma'am, when a cell reproduces, what happens to its DNA? DNA copying takes place. Nothing happens to it. That one single cell becomes two. That's all. Okay? Ma'am, what does RNA play in our role? In our body, it helps with protein synthesis. ठीक है. I think many of you are here with me. Many of you who are asking me doubts are moving to the next part of it, right? Now, this is when we have assumed a idealistic thing that the copying mechanism, right? That means if I have this strand of DNA, exact copy has been made, right? Exact copy has been made. But how many times has it happened to you that when you went to go get a Xerox copy, right? You went to go get a Xerox copy, but sometimes maybe some one part of it did not get covered properly, or it is looking very blur on the sheet. You cannot see anything properly at all. Or in some cases, what we also observe, no, is that you will not be able to read the letters clearly. How many times has it happened to us, or how many times has it happened to you? Can you tell me very quickly? Yes? I'm sure this has happened to you at some point, right? Ma'am, when we copy notes from the board also, ma'am, many times. Exactly. So now what has happened? From your original, there is a slight deviation, right? It is not exactly the same as how you would want your original one to be. So you need to understand that even in our body, right, there are times when, or rather in general I would say that because it is a biochemical process, so many chemicals are involved, we observe that not always will the copy be the same. There could be some slight differences also, right? So here, normally with lower organisms, what do we observe? We observe exact copies. But as you go higher up the scale, or let's say in our case, right, we don't look identical. Can I say that we look identical to our parents? I cannot say that. But I can say that we look similar, which means that some slight differences occur, right? We observe that there are some slight differences from between us and our parents. So these slight differences that we observe is what we call as variation. Please write this down, right? What is variation? Variation are slight differences that are seen between organisms of the same species, right? So between us human beings itself, you take all the human beings in the world, there are no, see again, don't come to twins, I'm generalizing it and making a statement, but of course we observe that there will be some slight differences that will be there between, let's say, people of the same species. Now why would this happen? It means that at some point, if some slight difference has occurred, right? If some slight difference has occurred during this mechanism. So now this was my DNA, but when it made the copy, there was a slight difference. Now there are two things that could happen if there is an error in DNA copy, right? So two things could happen if there is an error. Now first thing, I'll not call it as an error, but let's say if there is a deviation, because error is a very big word where you will learn about errors in DNA copying. So let me simplify it, and let's say if there is a deviation, if it is not identical. Now if the deviation is too large, right? Now too many mistakes have been made during the process of DNA copying. Then our body has a mechanism which will kill the cell. The cell will stop surviving, okay? Because if it is too away, right, then what will happen? Then our body will be like, who is this? This is not my cell. We should get rid of it. And that's why sometimes when this process is not kept in check, it could also result in cancers or tumor growth, right? So that is a different tangent altogether. If you want to learn more, you let me know. But what happens? Sometimes it's a very chuntu-buntu error has happened, okay? Very small, negligible error, or let's say it's a very slight difference. It's not really causing any harm per se, or the body is not really identifying it as a harm. Then what will happen? We see that in this particular case, we see that it is able to still survive, right? So in this particular case, slight differences like this keep accumulating. So generation after generation, these slight differences will accumulate and accumulate and accumulate, and that's why we see these variations. So even if these are two girls with two eyes, one nose, they both have hair, they both have, lips, they're still different, right? You agree with me? You all agree with me? Yes or no? They are the same, but they are still different. So there are similarities and there are variations as well. Do you all agree? Yes or no? Ma'am, why are there errors in DNA copying? See, understand that it's a biochemical process. Our DNA is so huge. So when you go to your higher grades, you will realize that when it has to, so basically there will be, for example, there'll be a code. Okay, let's assume ATGC, like this. There'll be like a code on your DNA. And what it has to do on the other side, it has to synthesize it. Now, when it keeps adding the pairs for this, it could make an error. It is natural that errors are there, right? So, why that error happens? There could be multiple reasons, but error one type that happens is like this, okay? Ma'am, what are biochemical process? Arey, what is happening inside our body is biochemical only. Okay. Ma'am, blood groups. Blood groups is a different thing altogether. It's all different. But anyway, coming to that, we observe that there are similarities and variations. Are you all with me now? Yes or no? Now, those of you who are asking me questions on spirogyra and regeneration, you all have to wait. Because I will explain that when I come to that. It's not like I'll skip and then directly start and go to the end. No? Awesome. Himani, I'll explain that bit also. In some cases. Awesome. Okay. You're all with me? Very good. Now, why variation? So you and I sat and we learned so much. Ma'am, first you are still stuck in the first page of NCRT. You told me so much about it. But what is the importance of this process of variation? Now we saw that there were slight differences that were there, right? And you all asked me, ma'am, why should those slight differences occur? Now you understand that, let's take the population of organisms as a whole. Now if you see, we don't have just human beings. We have so many different organisms, right? So think about, let's say in a given ecosystem. Okay, this is a term that is there in your textbook. So in an ecosystem, let's say terrestrial ecosystem, you will find grasslands, you will find, forests, so on and so forth. But in that, there will be a small space or a niche, right? This word is there in the textbook. So a niche is what? It is a well-defined place, right? So it is a well-defined place where you will find a certain organism. So let's assume it's a defined place where you will find zebras, or it's a defined place where you will find some insects that are found in the forest, right? So that is a niche, okay? Now what happens? We see that this particular process, right, of DNA copying is important, right? This process is important because this mechanism of DNA copying will allow certain features of the organism to continue to survive in a particular, niche. That means in a particular area where I will find my insects or my microorganisms. The DNA copying mechanism is very important to me so that they can continue to survive in that area, right? So thereby what happens? We see that when this DNA copying happens for reproduction, so we've established that DNA copying ultimately also needs to happen for reproduction. Thereby what am I getting? I am getting stability of population. So the earlier example I told you, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, there is stability of population of human beings because of the process of reproduction, right? But over a period of what happened, or over a period of time, if there are, let's say, some changes that occur, right? Let's assume that some changes have occurred in my environment, okay? Now, let's assume that, this is an easy example to understand. Okay, let's assume that you have some green grass, okay? So you have some green grass like this, and in that normally you will find a population of red beetles. So this red color one that I'm drawing is red beetles, okay? Now red beetles that are there are normally found. But you imagine there were some changes, okay? Suddenly what has happened? Suddenly, maybe due to some environmental changes, we see that, let's say some new birds were introduced in this area. So artificially, let me assume that because I wanted this area to be, let's say, some kind of fancy sanctuary, or maybe I'm making something on my own, I artificially introduce some birds that were not there before. Now what will happen? These birds will come and they will eat all these red beetles. Now their population is getting affected. Now from these red beetles, no, let's say if one of them got a slight change in their body, where now they are no longer red in color, but they became green in color. Now what has happened? There is a slight change, no, same beetle, body color has changed. There is a slight change or a slight difference, or I can say a variation has happened, right? So a variation has happened. So in this case, what has happened? We see that now this variation is helping this particular green beetle to survive. So sometimes we see that variations are necessary for survival of the species. So there is an example of the bacteria given to you, right? I think if there's a bacteria found in water and if there is a change in temperature in the water, then the bacteria will not survive. But if it has the ability to adjust its body temperature, or adjust to high temperatures, that variation will allow it to survive, right? So this is the example that is there. Now, how many of you paid attention to class and how many of you are still confused? Ma'am, I lost you somewhere. You started some story. Now I don't know where we are at. You started with introduction. Then now I understood till reproduction. But when you said DNA and everything, I went to sleep, ma'am. Ravindra, see, DNA for twins, although they may have a lot of identical features, they may have more similarities than, let's say, normal brother-sister. But there will be slight variations in their body. Not like exact, the way their arms are and everything will be ditto copy. Similarities are more than normal, which is why we feel like they are copies. Ma'am, is this variation sudden? No. Variation is not sudden, which we will learn when we also look at sexual reproduction. Variation is very slow. And when you do heredity chapter and when Ankita ma'am takes this part, right, she'll also tell you more about how that accumulation happens over a period of time. So mainly to understand, it is something that takes place over a long period of time. Purvi, you're in 8th grade. I know they'll be difficult for you. Jay, I'll tell you when we do that. Today I am prepared to answer questions, all sorts of questions. Ma'am, DNA not understanding. DNA, simple. It is a genetic material. Think of it as a practical manual that you need to do to carry out any experiment, right? If you do anything by yourself, if you don't know what to do, then you need an instruction kit. So our cells also need an instruction kit. The ultimate kit, that is our DNA. Okay? Ma'am, variation not understood. See, think of variation as slight differences. So now you keep telling me, that I look like a certain actress, or easiest example I can give you is that. You keep saying that, ma'am, you look like this actress, you look like this actress. But are we the same? Can you say that I'm exactly like her or she's exactly like me? No, there are slight differences between us, no? But we are both human beings. We are both of the same species. Then how can we look so different? Ankit, if I look at you and me also, we have so many differences. But we are humans. So those slight differences in a species, in a population, is what we call as variation. Okay? Okay. Ma'am, why variation takes place? For survival of species. Awesome. So very quickly, let's do our NCERT corner, which means do we all have our NCERT textbooks? Ma'am, can we see our DNA without the microscope? Structurally, not possible. But I think there is a experiment that you can do with a banana where you will get a thread of it. I think cauliflower, banana, say there's a beautiful YouTube short that we have made, an experiment short. Yes, Sakshi, I'll explain that once again. Don't worry. Ma'am, is it like the brain stores info and then next species? Brain is not, see, end may, you take any organism. Brain, you take our body. Brain, heart, whatever it is. Fundamentally, what is it made up of? Fundamentally, it is made up of cells, right? And when reproduction takes place, whether it be at humans, whether it be at lower level, it all starts off as a cell. That's why we are focusing on cells and how that mechanism helps. Yes? Are we clear? Ma'am, can you recap what you taught? Haan, jaldi, NCERT corner mein I will do it, right? Very good. Is variation like evolution? Eventually, the theory states that variation at a microcellular level will accumulate and accumulate, which could, at a very long run, much later, give rise to evolution, right? Every cell has DNA at some point of time. Yes. Very good. Okay. So now, of course, so far, whatever we have learned, right? We started off with understanding about what is reproduction. Reproduction is a process by which living organisms, they make young ones of their own kind. So which means that if there is a dog will give rise to a puppy. If we have a cat will give rise to a kitten. If we have a lion will give rise to a cub. But why are we talking about this process of reproduction in the first place? Now, reproduction is essential because we see that this particular process is what allows living organisms to continue living on the face of the world. Otherwise, if they stop reproducing, then after a period of time, that species, right, that particular population of organisms will no longer exist. So it's not like at one go they will all die, but eventually the number decreases, and eventually they will no longer exist. Now they are able to do this by making exact copies. Now how do they do this? They do this by creating exact copies of themselves, and the mechanism that is involved is DNA copying. That is because, why are we talking about DNA copying? That is again because all organisms, right? All body designs are similar. That means that the blueprint or the information is also similar, right? And of course, we know that all this information, all the features that are there. So we see that in the chromosomes, we have our DNA, which acts as, is what is being passed on from generation after generation. I can simplify that. And we see that the DNA in the cell, the DNA inside the cell nucleus is the information basically, wherein proteins are being made. And I told you now, proteins are being made. Those proteins are what carry out the functions. Now here, one thing you need to know, cells use chemical reactions. Like I said, DNA replication is a biochemical process. Many, right? Many steps that take place for this thing to happen. But we see that it creates two copies of DNA, and they need to get separated from each other. But DNA copying alone is not going to do the job because it does not have any organized structure on its own. DNA alone is not necessary, which is why DNA copying is accompanied with creation of additional cellular apparatus. That means all your cellular organelles, cytoplasm, the cell organelles necessary for basic survival. That is what we mean by that. So here they've basically explained your cell division mechanism in great detail, right? Then of course, moving on, we have looked about, can all cells be identical to each other? No, right? This will depend upon how accurately the copying mechanism takes place. Because at time we see that there can be a time where copying of DNA will have some variation. Directly they've just used variation word. They've not even told you what is variation. So here, if copying mechanism may some issue might take place, or some error or some difference comes. See, don't always think error. Difference, that is the best word. Then we see that as a result, DNA copy will be similar but not identical, right? On the other hand, now in this case, some variations, if they are very drastic, then they will not work. They will die, right? While on the other hand, if they are very chundu variations, they will accumulate over a period of time. So we see that this inbuilt tendency for variation during reproduction is the basis of evolution, as we discussed, right? So please everybody quickly highlight these points in your textbook, because from what I understand from last year's paper, ever since competency has come into the picture, what I understand is that from this chapter you can expect some indirect questions, and I'll tell you where you will get stuck. Assertion, reason, may. So assertion, reason, may, if this one comes, something of this sort, you need to have a thorough conceptual clarity, right? Okay, very good students, very good. No problem, Harshit, you come back and watch the video and you comment also, okay? Now, after that, we learnt about, okay, variations will come. Now, what is the point behind variations? So we see that populations of organisms fill well-defined areas or niches. So Sakshi, you were asking me what are niches? Niches are nothing but in an ecosystem. We see that there are some well-defined areas or a niche, right? A niche is a well-defined area. So there's a niche population who speaks English, which means that there's a small population or a well-defined population that speaks English. So think of it as a small space where you will find something, right? So there's a niche population. Let's say populations of will have a certain niche, right? Now we know that for every process, when this reproduction process takes place, we see that consistency of DNA copying is important. Why? Because with every generation, that basic body design is maintained. From one generation to the next generation to the next generation, body design is maintained. And as a result, what happens? We see that reproduction, thereby it is able to maintain that and allows the organism to survive in that part where they are found, right? Let's assume I find insects only in one part of the Amazon. They're able to keep their body design the same such that they're able to survive in that one part of the Amazon. So in this case, what can I say? By that process of reproduction, they're able to have or they're able to achieve stability, right? They are stable. But at times, the environment can change. That is now what they are trying to say. However, niches can change. Sometimes the reason is beyond our control, no? Beyond the control of the organism. Now in the beetle example, I gave you red beetles, which are just insects. They were all la 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 la, happy, all chilling, living there. But as something which is out of their control, I came and I introduced some birds there. What can the beetle do? Nothing. Did the beetle do that? No. So it was beyond its control, right? Because it was beyond its control, it couldn't do anything. So that was a simple example for you to understand. But naturally what happens? Temperature changes can take place, as we all know where we are at with climate change. Water levels can increase or decrease. There could be meteor hits, or these are some basic examples that go beyond our control. So at that case, what will happen? If a population of reproducing organisms was suited to a particular niche and the niche was drastically altered, right? Now imagine temperature has gone sky high. If the drastic change happens, they will be wiped clean. So in this case, if the temperature levels goes very high, the fishes may not be able to survive, right? They will eventually die. But if it happens slowly, right, that is what they're coming. But if some variations were to be present in some individuals, so as the temperature started to increase, one or two started to show these variations, then there would be a chance to survive. If it happens very quickly, it is difficult. But if it's a gradual process and organisms are also adapting, then some, due to those variations, will survive. So here they have given you an example as well. You can go through this example. I've given you my own, but you can go through this example as well. So ma'am, niche can change. Okay. Oh, it's okay, Himani. I'm sure you will make that up. Sujal, you pay attention to me. Okay. Ma'am, then how do you look like her? Variation. See, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Okay, altered meaning it's gotten changed. It's become different. Like how you alter your pants. Length has become, you altered the length. That means now your length has become different. ठीक है. Are we all clear? Yes. So ma'am, so niches can change. Means that there can be changes in the environment. Absolutely. Aren't we all experiencing changes in environment right now? I'm sure that maybe 10 years back, the way the climatic conditions were versus how the climatic conditions now are, we are experiencing changes, right? So there could be environmental changes as well. Okay. Fine. Ma'am, please roundabout concept about, see, stability means that, now think about it this way. Stability of a population means that if DNA copying takes place, it just means that that copying mechanism is effective so that they are able to survive and live in the area that they are in. Now, if suddenly we decide, now imagine I decide, okay, I'm going to go live in the desert. Now, I am so used to living in Bangalore. Now, of course, imagine I've gone to some extreme conditions like, okay, forget desert, I've decided to go live in the moon. Conditions are not very ideal for me, right? My niche is to be in the area that I am in. So here, then, that can affect so many things. Not a good example that I gave you, but still. Ma'am, why variation is beneficial to species but not individuals? Alex, good question, because that can come in your exam. Why are variations effective for species but not an individual? Because like I said, no, sometimes if it comes in one individual, it will not make much sense until it goes on to the next generation. So see, if there's a variation in my body, but if that variation does not get transmitted to generation after generation, then it is not extremely beneficial, right? And of course, these are small changes that take place. Sometimes they may not get expressed also. Some slight change might be there, but it may or may not be always helpful. But the good ones or the good variations that accumulate, again, beneficial is a better word, the beneficial ones that accumulate over a period of time, we see that eventually that benefits the species on the whole. Okay. Yes. Are we all clear? Ma'am, what is the number of chromosomes in human body? 46 chromosomes. Are you all with me? Yes or no? Are you all with me? Are we ready for a quick question? Ma'am, what if the variation for survival makes it even more difficult? Himani, understand that not always, that's a good question actually. Not all variations are helpful. Some are harmful also, right? So, understand that there are good and bad to, variations, don't always think of it as good. It could be harmful. Then it will not survive. That's the thing. Okay. Now see, I know you've got a rough idea about variation. See, I did this because you will get this concept. Why I told you about variation and slight bit of evolution is because you will get this concept. But how it happens, why it happens, how exactly it is happening, all of that when we do heredity evolution, I think next to next heredity chapter, which is next to next week, you will get a very good idea. So don't worry about it, okay? So now are you all ready for a quick question? Yes? Are you all ready for a quick question? Quick poll question, everybody. Sandeep, niche is basically a well-defined area in an ecosystem. Okay? Awesome. This is an assertion reason question for all of you. Assertion statement says that reproduction is linked to the stability of population. Reason being that if a niche were to be drastically altered, the population will still survive. What is the correct answer here? Poll may not run on the channel, but you can give me the answer. See, lot of variation evolution questions. I will not dwell deep into it because Ankita ma'am will take that portion. Ye mutations away, we'll get to reproduction now. Ankita ma'am will cover that bit. But I hope we've all got a rough idea, right? Okay. So whoever is giving me the answer as C, now I also need you to tell me why. Because we know that if drastic changes happen to the niche, then the organism may or may not survive. So correct answer here is option C. Very good, all of you. Very good. Star mark. Now we will move on to the next aspect of it, where we will cover modes of reproduction. So now we have covered the important, slightly difficult part, but now we will go on to the easy peasy part, right? Now this is easy topic itself. Now that you've got a basic of it, this bit of it becomes easy. Yes? That's why the initial introduction bit I took some time to explain so that you get an idea of what we're talking about. Okay? Okay. So now when we talk about reproduction, we saw that reproduction is a process by which living organisms make young ones of their own kind. But every organism does not reproduce the same way. That's why broadly we see that there are two modes of reproduction, where we have asexual mode of reproduction and of course we have sexual mode of reproduction. Now what is the basic difference between asexual mode and sexual mode? Now in asexual mode, right? So whenever reproduction is involved, we see that there is a parent who is involved, right? So we see that there is a parent giving rise to an offspring, right? So in reproduction, there is always the concept of parent and there is a concept of offspring. Now, in asexual mode of reproduction, we see that only one single parent is involved, which means that from one single body, we see that it gives rise to the offspring. While on the other hand, in sexual reproduction, two parents are involved, or rather I would say two individuals, where there is a male and a female individual or female part which is involved in this process. Now, of course, when we talk about how they do this process of reproduction, now because only a single parent is involved, that parent will undergo a lot of changes within its body internally and it will give rise to the offspring. But in sexual mode of reproduction, what happens, because two individuals are there, right? How are these two individuals coming together to give rise to an offspring? Well, to carry out the process, they produce certain specialized cells. So specialized cells which are involved, right, in the process of reproduction, we call these cells as gametes. So I can call them as, there are various names, okay? You can call them as gametes. Another term you will hear is germ cell, which is commonly used, right? So germ cells are there, sex cells are there. Then of course we also have reproductive cells as well. So these are all different ways in which you can address gametes, right? Now, because in asexual mode, only one single parent is involved. And within that cell only, so many changes are there. We will not call that parent cell as a germ cell, okay? But rather, we will not use any term. We will just say parent cell. And that in itself is undergoing various changes and it is giving rise to the offspring. Now, because of that, what will happen? Will the offspring look identical to the parent or will it look similar to the parent? What will you say? Will it look identical to the parent or will it look similar to the parent? Very quickly, all of you, very quickly. Will it be identical or will it be similar? The word similar you will use when there are variations also. Okay. In asexual mode of reproduction, when there is a parent involved, right, and the parent in itself is undergoing so many changes, will that parent, the offspring that it produces, will it be similar or will it be identical? Very good, all of you, very, very good, exactly. So in this case, we see that offsprings in asexual mode of reproduction is identical because in asexual mode they use a very simple mechanism of DNA copy, right? And in this case we are assuming, see, don't think that every time variation will happen, okay? But in this case normally, and we learn more, but here we will see that identical offsprings are produced. While on the other hand, in sexual mode of reproduction, because those germ cells are involved, we see that again they will be similar, but they will not be identical. So another way of saying is that no variation is there because here there is no mixing of genetic material. Only DNA copying is happening. But here what is happening? When two cells are coming, you have genetic material coming from this cell, you have genetic material coming from this reproductive cell. So some kind of mixing of genetic information is there. Don't think that all this genetic information is getting joined and it is becoming one. If you are having that misconception, please erase it. When I say mixing, it means that they are coming together. We will learn more when I deal with sexual reproduction. But for now, have a basic idea. Okay? Nikhil Pal, I'm going to answer this question. No point spamming. Now with this, of course, we will move on to asexual mode of reproduction. So I will cover till regeneration and then we will go for our first break. How does that sound? How about we take a break after we do till regeneration, right? Till regeneration I will cover and then we will go for our first break. Ma'am, asexual में भी generation होता है ना? Yes, there are generations, but variations are much less. Sure, ma'am. Sounds good. Awesome. Now, let's get started, everybody. We are going to have a look at what is asexual reproduction, right? Now, asexual reproduction or asexual mode of reproduction we see that only one parent is there, and most often than not, they produce exact copies of the parent. And in this case, we see that this happens, the genetic, because of DNA copy, right? Now, interestingly, when you talk about asexual mode of reproduction, we normally observe it in, say, lower organisms like your microorganisms, and of course, you see it in some kinds of fungi, some kinds of algae, and of course, interestingly, we also observe it in plants as well, right? So, we see that asexual mode of reproduction is seen in different categories of organisms. Now, when you talk about microorganisms, there are some bacteria which grow so fast. That means that they have the ability to reproduce or increase their number every 10 minutes. So this is your homework where I need you to tell me which is the fastest replicating bacteria in the comments of this video. So this is just a fun fact for all of you. Now, like I said, we have different categories of living organisms that reproduce asexually, which means that it is not one way in which it happens. There could be multiple ways in which asexual mode of reproduction takes place. That's why we see that there are various types of asexual mode of reproduction, where we have fission, budding, fragmentation, regeneration, spore formation, and vegetative propagation. So we will cover 1, 2, 3, 4 before our break. Okay? Ma'am, can we say identical is clone? Good question. If I can answer that in just some time, right? Too many questions coming my way. I will take a doubt board, right? I will take a doubt board where you can give me the answers to all of this. So let's get started with fission. Now, when you talk about fission or when you hear the word fission, what is the first thing that comes to our mind? Can you tell me? Have you heard this word fission before? Yes or no? In the live chat, very quickly, you can let me know. Yes? Very good, all of you. Very good. Ma'am, it means multiplying. Okay. Splitting. Division. Nuclear fission. Very good. Yes. Lot of interesting questions coming my way. Very good. Cutting, divided. So in fission, what we observe, we see that the parent cell, right, will split and give rise to offsprings, right? So it will give rise to offsprings. So the parent in itself is splitting and it is giving rise to offspring. Now, one common example for fission I can give you is that of amoeba. Now, amoeba, bacteria, we see that in these cases, what happens is that there's a parent cell. And in this case, I will quickly change the labels. So, in this case, what happens is that first, of course, DNA copying has to take place. So, all the DNA copying mechanism happens. Now, we see that it undergoes a lot of changes within its body, right? So in this case, what will happen? After all the changes has taken place, right? This parent cell will undergo some changes and then the nucleus, along with the extra copy of the DNA that it's made, it will start to divide. But now we know that this alone cannot be enough. It also requires the cellular apparatus, that means the cytoplasm, the cell organelles. So in this case, even the cytoplasm happens or the cytoplasm divides, and eventually giving rise to 2 offsprings or 2 daughter cells. Now this type of division, where we observe that one single parent cell is splitting and giving rise to 2 daughter cells, we will call this type of fission as binary fission. Yes, we will call it as binary fission because one parent cell is dividing and giving rise to 2 daughter cells. But one more point you need to keep in mind for amoeba, right? We know amoeba is indefinite in shape. That means that it has no proper shape. Because of that, this splitting, right, can happen in any plane. It can split like this, it can split like this, it can split like this, right? So here, splitting of cells, right, can take place in any plane. Need not be that it is taking place in one direction only. It will happen in any plane. And this pointer is very, very important, because I told you that fission is not something we see only in amoeba, right? We also observe it in various other cells like leishmania. Yes. So leishmania here is another example. Now leishmania is a protozoan, and we see that it has a definite shape, right? So we see that it has a definite shape and it also has a flagella. Now in this case, what will happen? Here the process of binary fission, we see that it will happen only along one plane, right? There is a definite direction in which the splitting will happen. So first what will happen? We see that nucleus will divide, right? All the same things. See, now I need not spend too much time with all that DNA copying, because I've already explained it to you, right? So here what has happened? We see that in this case, the nucleus will divide. Slowly we see that even new flagella needs to be synthesized, which is part of the cellular apparatus. Then of course cytoplasmic division will take place, and then it will give rise to our daughter cells. So here this is the plane of division. Now students, in your textbook, star mark the diagrams for amoeba and leishmania, because they can give you 4 diagrams and they'll ask you to rearrange. This has come in last year's board exam paper, where this diagram came and they will label it as 1, 2, 3 and 4. And they'll ask you to label it in correct sequence of binary fission process. So this particular one, right? This particular diagram is very, very important on your board examination front. And they can ask you to differentiate between the binary fission process between amoeba and leishmania. Your main point of difference is that there no plane is involved. Here there is a definite plane along which the, definite plane along which you see that the division happens. Will the parent cell die? Ma'am, there is no diagram of leishmania. It is there in NCRT. Pakka, I'll show you now. Ma'am, this daughter cell, son cell, I'm not answering now. Okay, 2 questions. Ma'am, DNA copying and DNA multiplication, it's the same. DNA replication, another simplified term used is multiplication, or you can say copying. It is more or less the same thing, not much different, right? Now, ma'am, transfer, yes, very good, Amir, very, very good. Will parent cell die after fission? See, in this case, what happens is you cannot say that they will die. But what happens is that they will, when they undergo those changes, they will become part of the offspring, right? That's why sometimes they say that, in the case of unicellular organisms like amoeba, they're immortal, because technically they never die. They undergo changes and changes and changes. They become part of the generations. So you could say that they are immortal because they are not really dying, right? They don't cease to exist, but rather they become part of their offspring. So that is something that you will need to understand. Okay? Okay. Ma'am, DNA on both sides will be the same. Yes, Pratik, because DNA copying has taken place. Yes. Awesome. Immortal means they will never die. That is what we mean by it. Very good. Now the third kind of fission. Now I told you binary fission is when we have 2 offsprings coming at the end of it. But the third kind that takes place is multiple fission, right? So we see that in some parasites like Plasmodium. So in some cases like Plasmodium, we see that there will be a parent cell. Okay, and this might happen maybe because at that point, there might be some unfavorable conditions which is not very ideal for growth, or there could be some conditions which is preventing them from actually growing, right? So what the parent cell will do? The parent cell will make multiple copies of its DNA, okay? It will make multiple copies, not just one single copy, but it will make multiple copies, and we see that all of them will be enclosed. All of them will be enclosed in a little bit of cytoplasm, and they will be enclosed within a cyst. Okay? And this will be in this form if it is unfavorable. But when conditions become very favorable for these organisms to survive, all of them will split open. So all the daughter cells will now rise and they will start to grow. So here, from one parent cell, I got multiple daughter cells, right? I got multiple daughter cells. But it happened in the same way, where my parents split and gave rise to all of these daughter cells, which is why we will call this process as multiple fission. So in your exam, if they ask you to differentiate between binary and multiple, binary fission is when you have two offsprings, while multiple fission may you have multiple offsprings. Yes. So quickly to recall, what is multiple fission? Multiple fission is when the parent cell will make multiple copies of its genetic material and it will enclose it and keep it, right? And normally all of this is enclosed within a cyst. Cyst is basically a spherical structure that is enclosing all the daughter cells. Now, when conditions are ideal for growth and for development, the cyst will break open and it will give rise to these daughter cells, which is why, because multiple offsprings are being produced, we call it as multiple fission. Okay? Easy peasy. Now, again, like I said, binary versus multiple. Very simple. End of it, I am getting two offsprings. End of it, I am getting many offsprings. Very easy. Example, amoeba. Example, plasmodium. Super duper easy, right? Very simple and easy. Those of you who want to take a screenshot, go ahead. See, yeast, normally we see a different type of it, right? So in yeast, you will see the next process that I'm about to discuss. Okay? Oh, that's a good question, Apple Math. I will answer that. Okay, so this is about binary fission. Oh, there was one slide on this already. So binary fission and multiple fission for all of you. Now next up, we are looking at budding, right? So we learned about fission and how there are two kinds of it. Now moving on, we have budding. Now budding is a process which we normally see in organisms like yeast and hydra. Now yeast is a unicellular organism, right? So we see that yeast is unicellular while hydra is a multicellular organism. Now in this case, what happens? No, hydra looks something like this, okay, with some tentacles and all of that. It belongs to the category of your jellyfishes as well. But I'm just saying category broadly. Now what happens is when hydra has to reproduce, right? Again, we see that there is one parent involved. Now there will be one point, right? So we see that there will be one point where there are some specialized cells, okay? So we see that there will be one point where some specialized cells are involved and they will start to grow. Now what is happening is they are growing outside the body, right? You all agree with me? We see that they're all growing outside the body, which is why I will call it as a outgrowth. So if I have something which lumps out of my body, I will call it as a outgrowth. So here we see that there is a small outgrowth that develops. Why does that develop? Due to repeated cell division. And where is that happening? At one site. At one point in the hydra, there is repeated cell division happening, right? So we call this as a bud, okay? And this bud will undergo a lot of, it starts to grow, it starts to develop, and eventually it will mature, right? So it will start having all those tentacles. Now, after one point, what do we observe? We see that once it is, after it's reached a certain type of maturation, it will detach from it. So in this case, again, we see that this parent is not dying, but it is giving rise to an offspring. So are we all clear? Are we all clear? Now in the case of yeast, which is a unicellular one, we see that a pretty similar process takes place, right? Where we see that the genetic material also gets transferred and an outgrowth takes place. Now in yeast, what happens is, this is the bud that develops. Now in yeast, the bud can get detached or the bud can remain attached to the parent, right? It will remain attached and it will end up forming a chain of buds also. So there are two possibilities for the yeast with budding. ठीक है? Ma'am, yeast में तो fragmentation होता है? No. Yeast में we see mainly budding. Because Amir, it is the fact that that outgrowth is produced. See, when you think about bud, so why is it budding? It is because they are reproducing with the outgrowth. The mechanism is the same, which is why we are categorizing it as budding. So are we all clear? Are we all clear with it? Yes, you can say protrusions also. Very good all of you. Very good. Yes. Ma'am, how many outgrowths are formed in yeast? Normally one, but that, so from this one it can go to this stage also. It can either detach and become another one, or from here it can just remain there and this will make one outgrowth, this will make one outgrowth, this will make one out. So one is giving rise to two, two is giving rise to the third one, third is giving rise to the fourth, which we call it as a chain of buds, right? Okay, Apple Math, I'll take that question in some time. I'll cover the whole chapter today. My aim is that I'll take my time, but I'll do, like I told you, my intent is that I give you the best explanation possible. Yes, it will keep growing to an extent and then it will detach. It depends on conditions. There are multiple factors that determine it. Ma'am, does the parent remain after budding? Yes, Ashwini, it remains after budding, right? So as you can see here, this is my parent, it remains after budding, okay? Ma'am, Hydra not understanding. Arey nahi, it's very simple. Hydra ke ek one point. So you imagine, this cup is Hydra. This cup is Hydra. Now at one point of this cup, right? I don't even have a marker with me today. I have a hair clip. Let me use that. Now imagine at this one part where I've made the hole. Now at one point of this cup where I've made the hole, let's assume this is one side. Now here what will happen? We see that cells will start to arrive and there will be a protrusion. Now I'm using all makeshift things. There will be a protrusion. Now this right here, what you see, not very clearly though, this is a bud. When this starts to grow and it matures and eventually it will detach from the parent, then we call this as a budding process. Okay? Okay, very good. So this was about budding. Now the next two things that I'm going to cover is fragmentation and regeneration. Now these are two very controversial topics because how many ever times we explain this topic, we are like, ma'am, we still don't understand. I'm still not able to make ABC of what is fragmentation and what is budding. Now, fragmentation and what is regeneration. Now, many of you here have already read the chapter, and if you are watching this session after reading the chapter and you also feel the same, then it's okay, right? When I was a child also, I used to experience the same thing. I could not understand. Man, I used to tell my bio teacher, they all feel the same to me. I don't think much of a difference is there. So today, for all of you who stayed from the beginning till here, we are going to get good clarity on the difference between the two. So first up, let's have a look at fragmentation, right? Now the word fragmentation. Now what does the word fragment mean? Yes, can you tell me what does the word fragment mean? This is a fragment of the cup, right? So what does that mean? Look at it literally now. Look at it literally. Piece, right? Yes, very, very good. It means that it is a piece, right? It is a piece of something. Now, in fragmentation, what happens is that the parent's body will break into pieces. Now, it can break completely or a part of it will break, right? Let's assume it's breaking completely. And it has the ability where each piece will give rise to a new organism. So that is our key word here. Fragmentation is a process by which the parent organism will break into fragments and give rise, and each fragment and each fragment will give rise to a new organism. Are we clear? So this is what we understand as fragmentation. Now the best example that I can give you is that of Spirogyra. Now Spirogyra, right? Now Spirogyra, what do we see? Spirogyra that is there. So in Spirogyra, it is a filamentous, right? So we see that this right here is a filamentous. It is a filamentous algae, right? So here we see that it is a filamentous algae. So here it is multicellular. Now remember that. Now this right here we see that it is a multicellular organism. Now here I can see Sakshi's one question. Ma'am, if you are saying it is splitting into pieces or fragments, then isn't it same as fission? No. Because in fission what happens? The parent is splitting, right? That parent is splitting entirely and it is giving rise to two offsprings, right? The whole parent is making a copy and it is giving rise to two. Now here you think of it that I have 3 pieces of paper. I have 3 pieces or I could have more. But each of this will grow now further. Thereafter that division is over, it is done. No more further thing is going to happen in binary fission. But here each piece will further develop into a new organism. So that is the main information you need to understand here. So here each piece that is there will give rise to a new organism. So these are the main points that you need to understand here. Now if you look at it, right, I told you that in our case, in the case of Spirogyra, it is multicellular, but it is resorting to such a, easy method where each fragment is giving rise to a new individual. But can I say that fragmentation is something that is applicable to all multicellular organisms? Can such methods of asexual reproduction that we saw, whether it be budding or whether it be, fragmentation, which is possible in multicellular organisms, can it be replicated across all multicellular organisms? Yes or no? What do you think? What do you think? No, it cannot. Then can you tell me why? If you believe that, ma'am, no, I don't agree with the fact that you are saying all multicellular organisms, you imagine tomorrow right, hypothetically, I'm cut into 3 pieces and my body is regrowing from, let's say my arm was cut, but from this one piece of arm, one new arm has come instead of it, and from the arm that was cut out, one new Ashwara arm has emerged. That's not how it works for us. Now, what is the reason behind it? Exactly. Very, very good. Now, these are all very simple multicellular organisms. If you look at their body organization also, it is not very complicated. But as we go up higher and higher, right, we see that there are specialized tissues, various tissues make up organs, organs make up organ systems, and different organ systems make up an organism. So if you think about it, we require a mechanism where the cells are able to differentiate. So we are able to get different types of cells so that we get different types of tissues. Those tissues can then make up organs and so on and so forth. Which is why we see that this basic strategy that is there, right? Which is, of course, this multicellular organism is using is not for all. Because for complex multicellular organisms, complex processes are needed. And this is very important because this concept that I just discussed will again come for assertion reason. So please star mark that topic as well, right? So this is something that we all need to understand. Are you all with me? Yes? Ma'am, each fragment will have multiple cell seats, filamentous in nature. So to an extent, you can't say multiple cells, but yeah, they're able to grow in that manner. Okay. Ma'am, fragmentation is multiple fission. No, bacha, no. It's very different. Again, there it is normally in some unfavorable conditions where the multiple fission happens and they're enclosed in a cyst. So that is a very different one, right? Very good. Hence the variety produced. Exactly. Even a complex one, very good Cosmo talk. Chances of variation again would get impacted, right? Very, very good. So with this, of course, we have covered fragmentation. Yes. Now, fragmentation is mainly seen in organisms like Spirogyra. You also see it in some plants, in lower bryophytes and everything. You will find this as well as a mode of reproduction in very simple bodied organisms. Ma'am, from what I know, Himani, so I know you asked me this question in the beginning, but from what I know and from the examples that I am able to remember from fungi category, I don't think so. This is from my knowledge, but maybe, right, I'll do an extensive research, but I don't think, because in fungi also mainly they have complex phase which we will cover, but mainly it's through spores only, right? So I'm not sure. So Imani, I hope I've answered your question. Okay. So quickly to recall, right, fragmentation that is there, right? Fragmentation, we see that is a process where the parent cell, so if this is my parent cell, it will break. Now understand that it is a mode of reproduction, which means that voluntarily the parent is doing this, right? Voluntarily the parent is undergoing this process where we see that each fragment each fragment that is there is undergoing will give rise to a new organism, right? New organism is giving, each fragment will give rise to a new organism. Now let's understand the next concept, which is regeneration. Now how is regeneration different from fragmentation? Now look at the word regenerate, right? Regenerate means that it is regrowing something, it is generating something once again, right? So here regeneration is a process of replacing. So here it is a process of replacing or restoring missing cells or parts of the body, you could say, right? And this process of regeneration, there are specialized cells which are involved in it. It's not like all the cells can come into this. There are specialized cells, yes, specialized cells which come into achieving this particular process, and these specialized cells undergo continuous division so that whatever parts are missing, whatever parts are lost, whatever parts are cut off, all those parts are then once again regenerated. Now regeneration is not something we observe only in lower organisms, we see it in so many animals also. So if you look at our liver has the ability to regenerate. We see that lizards, right? Many of you are asking me about the lizard tail. Now we see that when a lizard's tail gets cut. Now why will a lizard cut its own tail? Now normally, right, sometimes it does do it, but normally if you think about it, it would have gotten cut because it was running away and somebody stepped on it or somebody was chasing it, and imagine it gets cut, right? So in this particular case, if it gets cut, there are specialized cells that will allow it to grow once again. Similarly, in arms of starfish also, right? If something happens to it, then we see that it can regenerate. Now, how is this different from fragmentation? Fragmentation is a type of reproduction. That means at a set time, right? Now imagine if at a set time when the organism is mature, it will undergo that process of reproduction to create more copies of itself, right? So that it can continue its species, yes? Now everything that I told you about, organism will not just directly start reproducing. It will reach a certain point of life or point of time when it knows that, okay, now it's time to reproduce, right? So in lower organisms, at least we observe that. Now regeneration is something which is out of their control. So it could be an external cause, it could be due to the environment, it could be due to unfavorable conditions where it has lost a part of its body, right? So in Planaria's case, it could be that due to some unfavorable conditions, it has lost its body. So in this particular case, what has happened, we would see that it is now lost parts of it or it's gotten cut. Now Planaria does not voluntarily want to get cut. No, it has happened to that. So now it is dependent on those specialized cells to grow. So understand this point very, very importantly, that it is regeneration is not necessarily considered as reproduction, because no organism will voluntarily want to hurt itself, cut itself, right? Fragmentation is different, where it is splitting because that's the manner in which it does. But here it is not as beautifully given as this. It could be cut like this, it could be cut like this, it could be cut in various different ways which may or may not be feasible for it. So that is the main point of difference. Are we clear? Yes? Ma'am, does the ability of regeneration make them immortal? Does this also mean that reproduction? See, that's what I was telling you about binary fission. Binary fission, or organisms which do binary fission, the parent in itself is undergoing changes. So you could say that in the case of amoeba cell, the parent cell is immortal because that parent in itself is undergoing change and giving rise to your new organism. But in regeneration, it's different, right? That is because it's getting cut, some damage is happening. So it is not something for ever also. Those specialized cells are there. Now in our case also, even though our liver has the ability to generate, there are various parameters that control it, right? So don't forget the aspect of the lifespan of the organism also. Not that organism is like, oh, I have specialized cells, I'll keep regenerating. No. Side by side, its life is also continuing, which means that at a genetic level, you will learn, okay? In your higher grades, if you pursue biology, you will realize that aging process is also regulated in our body. So that process is also simultaneously going on. Don't get confused there. Yes, fragmentation is a mode of reproduction where when it is mature and ready, it will undergo that process. Okay? Ma'am, when we grow, does regeneration or cell division happen? That is cell division. See, regeneration means that something was already there. Already. But now it is not there. Or now what has happened? It has gotten cut. It is not regrowing the whole thing. It is only regrowing the missing part. Understand that. It's not growing the full thing. Whatever is missing, it is regrowing. Okay? Are we clear? Not really comfy studies. No. Ma'am, after fragmentation, nahi. Because there, from my understanding, it breaks into it. Right? No. A small bit. Good. So now with this we'll quickly move on to our NCERT corner where we will wind up the entire part, right? So I'm going to quickly go on to the next part where we do our NCERT corner. So we're going to do side by side. See, fission was easy peasy. Now of course main thing you need to know that fission is where it leads to creation of new individuals. Many bacteria, protozoa split into two equal halves, right? During this type of reproduction. It's kind of like cell division only. Now in amoeba, what do you need to know? Splitting of cells during division can take place across any plane. Remember the diagram, it is important. Now in the case of leishmania, what do we observe? We see that in the case of leishmania, they have a more proper body organization, which is why we see that it occurs in a definite orientation with respect to these structures. While in Plasmodium, what do we see? They split simultaneously into multiple daughter cells. So we call it as multiple fission. So are you all ready? Yes? So now here I have a question that I'd like to answer. Now Apple Math, please tell me your real name. Don't want to call you Apple Math. But Apple Math was asking me, ma'am, so when we get a wound, right? If we get a wound and if amoeba reproduces, yes, here the way the cells cover up the wound and the way amoeba reproduces or the way the division happens, is it more or less the same? What do you think? What do you think? When I get a wound in my thumb, right? Let's say there was a cut. Some cells were lost, so we need more cells to cover up, right? So some cell division has happened here. Similarly, we have amoeba. So what about in this case? What has happened? Is the mechanism the same? Yes or no? So regeneration, you can, Rushda, you can think of it as how it is surviving. So it's gotten cut. Now what to do? It needs to get it back. So that is one thing you need to know. Think of it now. It's a very good question. Okay, now can you tell me very quickly, when cells cover up our wound, right? So let's say when cells cover up our wound, what type of cell division takes place here? What type of cell division takes place here? Yes? Is it mitotic division or meiotic division? Mitosis, right? So in mitotic division, what will happen? You have one cell, and this one cell will undergo various changes within itself, and this will give rise to two cells, right? Now in our case, what has happened? This mitotic division that took place helps in it is helping with cell growth and repair, right? So now some cells were damaged, so we have replaced it with new cells. Just that in a lower organism, the same form of mitotic division is acting as a mode of reproduction. Isn't the division of cell, the way the cell division is happening, isn't it mitotic division in both? Which means that in our case it's helping with growth, but in their case it is acting as a mode of reproduction. Are we clear now? Are we clear with this? That in lower organisms, binary fission is a type of mitotic division only. Just that it serves as, what do you say, a way of reproduction. So they are the same, exactly. Are we clear? Apple math, hope I cleared your doubt. Okay? Okay, very, very good. Now moving on. Sorry, slowly when I become tired, all the words start to jumble in my mouth, so please don't mind. Okay, let's move on to fragmentation. So in fragmentation, we saw that it's something in simple multicellular organisms, right? Which have a simple body organization. So Spirogyra mein what happens? See this, once again, I am reiterating, right? We see that in Spirogyra, they simply break into smaller pieces only upon maturation. And these fragments grow into new individuals. Now understand that in all multicellular organisms, this is not possible, because we know that they are not a random aggregate of cells, right? So we know that many multicellular organisms are not a random collection of cells, but rather they are organized as tissues and organs, all of that. So there's a way in which they need to get organized, which is why they require a more complex way of reproduction. They can ask you this question for 2 marks. Students, please highlight this. This particular portion can be asked. Please, important, right? You need to have a look. Okay. Now, of course, in this particular case, what do you need to know? Well, then we only need to know that for reproduction, in such organisms, there's a specific cell type. And here, we will learn more about it later. Okay? Okay. Then in regeneration, we saw that many fully differentiated organisms, that means they are fully developed organisms, they have the ability to give rise to new individuals from their body parts. That is, read that, that is if the individual somehow got cut or broken up, right? Now example is that like Hydra, Planaria, where they got cut up in different pieces. This is what we call as regeneration, because it is carried out by specialized cells. They increase or they divide in number and they regenerate whatever was lost. Now understand that these changes take place in an organized sequence and is not the same as reproduction, since organisms will not depend. Organisms will be like, please cut me so that I will go. That's not the case, right? So have we all highlighted this point? Okay. Thank you, Cosmotalk, for helping me with a lot of things. Cosmotalk is very excited. Thank you for that. Truly appreciate it. Okay. Shall we move on? Can I move on? Differentiated organism means fully formed organism. That's all. Next up, budding mein, all you need to know is that Here we see that a bud develops at the outgrowth due to repeated cell division at a specific site, right? And of course, right, these buds will develop into new individuals when fully mature. Now again, remember the diagram because they will ask you in sequence. So we will quickly, right? So quickly everybody, now I know we're all very tired. So how about we solve one question and then go for a break? How about that? We solve one question together and then we take a break. Okay? Are we ready? So here's a quick poll question for all of you. It's your NCRT exercise question as well. Okay. Asexual reproduction can take place through budding in which among the following organisms? Is it amoeba, yeast, paramecium or leishmania? Easy peasy question all of you. Very good. We know that budding is a process where we know that there is a small outgrowth which is present, and of course that forms at a specific site. So in this particular case, the correct answer here is going to be option B. Well done all of you. Cool. So welcome back everybody. Now very quickly we have covered, right? So far we have covered up until regeneration. Now we will move on to spore formation and vegetative reproduction. Now when we talk about spore formation, we have this example here right with us. Now normally when we see stale food or old food that is kept for a long period, that is substance growing, right? Now, normally if you look at the texture, we see that it will be cotton-like outgrowth, right? So we see that there will be a cotton-like outgrowth on the stale bread. So this right here, this cotton-like outgrowth that you observe, this right here is nothing but fungi. I think it is okay because I'm able to see myself. I think it's fine. So just there is some slight issues, but I think we can move past it, right? We'll be able to move past it. Now, of course, right, there is no lag now. Now, of course, in this particular case, what do we see? Fungi are those organisms which are naturally found growing on dead and decaying organisms, right? Now, how do they reproduce? They reproduce by the process of spore formation. Right? So they reproduce by spore formation. Now, normally what happens, or when we look at the structure of fungi, right? We see that they are made up of thread-like structures. So we see that they are made up of thread-like structures called as hyphae. Now these are thread-like structures, and when many hyphae come together, then we see, or when many thread-like hyphae come together, we call that as mycelium. So what is mycelium? When many hyphae come together, we call it as mycelium. Now some of them are horizontal, while some of them will grow vertically upwards, and they'll end up looking like a balloon-like structure, right? So it is going to grow vertically upwards and form a balloon-like structure. Now this balloon-like or air sac-like structure that we see, we call that as sporangium. Now, inside the sporangium, not androecium, cosmotalk, androecium is different. Now, in the sporangium, what do we observe? They end up producing small, tiny, pore-like, I'll say small, powdery, spherical structures, right? So, we see that they produce these small structures or cells, what we call as spores. Yes, so they produce structures called as spores. Now these spores that are there are normally covered with thick cell walls, or I'd say that they are covered with thick walls, right, which protect them. So we see that these thick walls are responsible for protecting them, and we see that once it provides the ideal of, it finds the ideal conditions to grow, till then they will not grow. So we see that many such spores, right? So we see that they will break open or they will rupture open, which is what we understand as spore. When they rupture open, it will give rise to spores. Yes? Okay. So in this particular case, when the spores land on a nutritive medium or when they have enough amount of moisture, then we call this, right? Or we say that this right here, or when they have enough moist conditions, then we say that, or that is when they will germinate. Okay. Now I'm going to stop for a minute, and I understand that we are experiencing a lot of lag, right? How many of you here experience way too much lag and you're like, ma'am, we need it from the, we've not understood any bit of it and we want you to do it again? Okay, just hello. Are we in office? Actually, yeah, there's some internet issue and there's some glitch. I'm not sure what to do. Okay. Okay. Just give us a moment. We are sorting this out from our end. And yes, I know there's a lot of lag. It ruins the experience of learning, right? So now, of course, don't worry. We are getting it sorted. But in the meanwhile, are we all okay? Now, is it becoming better? So, Rupinder Bacha, see, I'll finish it off in the next 1.5 hours. I told you today's class is going to be long. That is a warning I gave you in the beginning itself. You post, like when you come back, in case you want to watch this, we will chop these parts again. Okay, मैम बहुत लैग हो रहा है. Oh, I know. Don't worry. This, don't worry. We are going to sort it out. ठीक है? Is it becoming better? Tusti, first you do CBSE sample paper first. ठीक है? Let's have a conversation. I'll not teach you. I know you. We did so much together for the fact that now again. I know. Don't worry. Okay. I'm extremely sorry, right? I'm extremely sorry for the lag that we are facing. I'm not really sure how it is going. I'm not teaching you all anything. Let me just figure this bit out, right? Let me just figure this bit out. I'm extremely sorry that this is happening. I'm also feeling a little bad. Can you give me 5 minutes till I sort it out? It's breaking. It's breaking in now. Yes. So I'm not. Thank you so much, students. I know I'm not teaching any like right now. It's in lag. Okay. So can we do 5 minutes? Okay, like 2 minutes. I think every 20 seconds we were facing an issue, right? So how about we talk for 20 seconds and Then after that, let's see. If the lag does not occur, that means that we have sorted it out from the back end. But in the meanwhile, will you all be cooperative with me and we sort this bit out? Can you tell me now for the 20 seconds that I'm... No, right? Okay. Thank you so much, students. I'm really sorry. I really wanted to finish this off at one stretch. I don't want to give you a bad experience because you've been here for so long, and you know, I know the lag isn't attentive. It doesn't allow you to pay attention, and you know, even later on it becomes very difficult, right, to study or do the whole thing. So otherwise, see, Arey, it's not a silly question. Okay. Yes. Otherwise, see, I know. No, I wanted to do a one shot at one go. If not, if this doesn't work out, maybe since I've done the beginning bit of it, probably Ankita ma'am can take the next bit of it and we'll just keep this bit as an introduction. We may have to, you know, trim the video and just keep it as an introduction. And Ankita ma'am will take up the rest of it in case if it doesn't work out. So if you don't mind, please give me 5 minutes of time, right? So 5 minutes. I know I'll not be able to take it then and I'll end the session because I know how valuable your time is to us and I don't want to waste it, right? Ma'am, isn't this a one shot? I know, but I don't have a choice, right? I know there's a lot of lag. We are sorting it out. Can we get me on screen, please? Okay. How about now? Are you all able to hear me, see me clearly? Yes? Everything is okay? All good? Not facing any issues? No. Is it all okay? Can we just be here for 20 seconds? 20, 30, 4 minutes. Cool. All good? Okay, thank you so much for staying with me till here. I know many of you got a little upset and you had to leave, but it's okay. For those of you who stayed with me, thank you for that. I know it took about so much time to resolve, but not to worry. If you were to ever come back and watch this, those portions are going to be trimmed out. Yes? So very quickly, students, let me go back. Okay, so far we have covered fission, budding, fragmentation and regeneration. Now we will move on to spore formation and vegetative propagation, right? So now when we talk about spore formation, let's take a very simple example. Now I'm sure that whenever there was stale food at home, or whenever you've seen apples or fruits kept for a long period of time, we would have observed these cottony kind of things growing on it, right? So some cottony, maybe sometimes they would be whitish in color, sometimes they would be grayish black in color, or in some cases they would come in different, maybe something a little more darker, right? So these cottony kind of things that you observe, these outgrowths that we observe is nothing but fungi that is there. So what are fungi? Fungi are organisms which are normally found growing on dead and decaying. They're naturally found growing on dead and decaying organisms, which is why we call them as saprotrophs. Now, how do these fungi grow, or how do they make more of themselves? With the help of spores, right? And this is what we understand as spore formation. Now, of course, in this particular case, right, to understand spore formation, we need to know a little bit about the structure of the fungi. Now, let's take an example of the same. Let's take the example of rhizopus, which is also commonly called as bread mold. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that in this case, in the case of rhizopus, they are made up of thread-like structures, right? So they are made up of thread-like structures, which we call as hyphae. So are we clear? Hyphae are thread-like structures. So normally they'll be horizontal, right? We see that they are thread-like and they'll be horizontal. But there are parts of it which would grow vertically upwards, right? So we'd see that they would grow vertically upwards, and of course we'd see that there'll be some branching out. Now when they grow vertically upwards, on top we will observe that there is a balloon-like structure, or we see that there is a blob on top, right? So we will see one blob on top, and inside this blob is where we will find the spores. So this blob that we see is what we call as sporangium. Yes, so we call this blob as sporangium. Inside this blob, what I will find? I will find spores, okay? Now, these spores that are there are normally, they are covered with thick walls. They are covered with thick walls, all right? Now, it's lagging. No, it is. Students, any of you experienced a lag right now? No, right? Okay. Moving on. Okay. Moving on. Sorry. So moving on, as we see here, the spores that are there, right? So the spores that we observe, we see that the spores are covered with thick walls, and we see that this is normally there to protect these spores, right? So we see that this is there to protect the spores. While on the other hand, what do we observe? We see that when it finds ideal conditions for growth, right? So when it finds ideal conditions for growth. Now what is ideal for a growth of fungi? It requires a slight bit of humid temperature. Yes, it requires a little bit of humidity, and along with this, it also requires some moisture. So what does it require? It requires humidity and it requires moisture. So in this case, when these two conditions are satisfied, then we see that they will be able to grow. So quickly to recall, we learnt about how spore formation takes place. How does this organism benefit through spores? Because in the case of fungi, it does not produce one spore, but it provides many spores. And when the sporangia breaks open, that's when the spores are released to the surroundings. So with this action, they are able to spread out and grow to different parts. And of course, the advantage of the fact that they have those thick walls, we observe that if at all they don't find ideal conditions, it's okay for them, right? It's okay, but they are still able to survive. So we are all clear with spore formation. This was very simple and easy, right? I hope that the explanation was clear. Can you give me a quick thumbs up to let me know that we are good to go? ठीक है. Now we will move on to the next aspect of it, which is vegetative propagation or vegetative reproduction. Now, so far we learnt about different microorganisms, we learned about fungi, we learned about algae, right? And we looked at some protozoans, and we also looked at some bacteria also. But now, let's look at the plants around us, right? So when we talk about plants, we see that they are all in and around us. And I'm sure that all of us would have seen potatoes or aloo kept in our house when it's kept for a long period of time. How many of us have seen the aloo become like this? Aloo has now suddenly changed color, changed nature, and now it has looked something very different, right? We have all seen how this aloo becomes in this manner. Now, interestingly, if you take that aloo and if you put it in the soil, we would actually get a full potato plant. So here, what do we observe? By just taking a simple potato, we see that we are able to plant this. Now, how is this possible? With vegetative propagation. So let's understand what do we mean by vegetative propagation. Now, when you talk about parts of the plant, right? So we're going to go back to some basics. Now, when I talk about the plant, we know that plant has different parts. Now, this is the most simplistic model I could draw and show you. We know that plants have roots. We know that they have stem, they have leaf, they have flowers, and we see that these flowers are what will eventually become fruits, right? Now, when you talk about root, stem, and leaf, they all have very similar, they all have specific functions, right? So whether it's the roots or the stem or the leaf, they all have specific functions, right? Root is responsible for absorbing water, stem is responsible for transporting it to different parts, the leaf that is here is responsible for doing photosynthesis. So in this case, they all have dedicated jobs to do, right? They have dedicated functions given to them. But at times, they can also take up an additional function. Now, these parts, which are primarily not involved in reproduction, that means that they have other functions to do. But now they're not primarily involved. But when these other parts get involved, when ideally what they were supposed to be non-reproductive, but when they get involved in reproduction, we call this as vegetative propagation. Now, why am I call it as vegetative propagation? Because in this particular case, I am using the vegetative parts of the plant, right? So, I am using vegetative parts. Now, what are vegetative parts? Parts that are not directly involved in reproduction. Yes? So, in this case, vegetative propagation can be defined as the process where vegetative parts like stem, root, leaves, they develop into new plants from when conditions are ideal. But now I have a question. Now, Does this mean that plants reproduce only through vegetative propagation? Or does this mean that this is the only way in which reproduction can happen in plants? Yes or no? Vegetative propagation is the only way in which reproduction can happen in plants. No, because ideally when we talk about growth in plants, right, or when we talk about growing new plants, right, so whenever we talk about growing new plants, we observe that in this particular case it is mainly from the seeds. And what we will learn in just some time, seed formation that is there mainly happens as a result of sexual reproduction, and that is where the flowers are involved. So flowers are the reproductive parts of the plant giving rise to fruit and seeds. But in this case, the vegetative parts, right? Vegetative parts get involved. Now, when do we resort to vegetative propagation? There are various scenarios, like how Divyanshu is asking me, right? When does the plant use vegetative propagation? Now, first and foremost, right, when you do vegetative propagation, maybe even for flowering plants, in case if you have a flower garden and you want to grow your flowers really fast and you want the fruits quickly, rather than going through the process or the cycle where the whole seed is germinated, then it grows, then you get the flower, then it becomes fruit, and then you put it back into soil. That's a huge cycle. But instead, if you do vegetative propagation, you are able to cultivate those plants faster, right? We see that they will be able to cultivate the plants faster. And secondly, for plants like banana, jasmine, oranges, rose, we see that sometimes they may not be able to produce seeds properly, or the seeds are not functional, or when the seeds are not very viable for growth, we see that vegetative propagation also helps, right? Then of course, one more way or one more reason why vegetative propagation is favored is because if, let's say, in a plant I like certain characteristics, right? So now I see that there are some characteristics of some plant that I like. Now if I want to have that plant exactly as it is, then I can see that I can do vegetative propagation. So these are the three advantages, or you can say the three reasons as to why vegetative propagation is preferred. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear so far? I hope we are clear. Yes? Okay. Moving on, let's go to the next aspect of vegetative propagation, where let us look at what is natural propagation and how it can be artificial. That means that normally, right? So normally we see that, just 1 minute. Thank you so much, Sabir. Okay, so if you see, when we talk about vegetative propagation, we see that it can happen naturally. That means in nature, however it should take place, it can happen naturally. But if man-made intervention comes into the picture, then we call it as artificial propagation. Now this is very simple and easy, okay? Now in this, all you need to know is how this takes place. Now naturally what happens is that when natural vegetative propagation has to happen, that happens in plants which have modifications in them. Now what do I mean by this? What do I mean by plants having modifications in them? It means that these plants that are there, right, they're either their leaf, their stem, or their root, they will be modified. Okay, so now in this case, now in the case of root, we see that sweet potato is an example where it is modified for storage. Now stem ka example is normal potato, right, where again it is modified for storage and for mainly storage. Now in these cases, naturally we see that they have certain abilities in them. So in potatoes, right, we see that there are small structures which we call as buds, right, or we say those are the eyes of the potato, right. So we see that there are small buds or small protrusions from which it can undergo rapid cell division. So when provided right amount of nutrients, water and so on, we see that they have the ability to grow. And from here we see that it will give rise to a new plant altogether. Now here, is it same as budding that we saw? Conceptually, it is more or less the same, right? Because it is growing at a specific site. But process, you cannot say it is the same, because here a lot more is going on. We see that it is differentiating, we're getting, stem, leaf, so on and so forth. So they're not exactly the same, but more or less the same. Now next up we have roots. So sweet potato is an example, right? So in the case of sweet potato also, we see that there are small places through which the bud grows and eventually gives rise to a new plant. Now interestingly, right, in the case of buds and stem, now these points on this modified stem from which we see that this is growing. Normally we say that those are the nodes that are there, right? So those are basically the nodes from which the new one or the new plant that is there grow. The new plant that is there grows. Okay? So this is all about modified root. You need to know the example. So here it is the sweet potato, which is an example of the same. So what is the definition of budding? Budding is basically from a certain site, there are special cells that undergo rapid division resulting in an outgrowth. Yes? Now last but not the least, we have leaves, right? Now bryophyllum is the simplest example I can give you of leaf propagation through leaf, right? So in this case, what happens on the margins, right? On the margin of the leaf, we find a notch or a small part from which a new leaf or a new plant can arise. So from one leaf, you are getting a new plant altogether. So in this case, all you need to do is take it, give it ideal conditions, everything will happen on its own. So that's why we call this as natural propagation. Now, of course, naturally the buds can also fall down from those buds which are there in the notch. It can fall into moist soil and it can grow on its own also. You also don't need to do anything per se. It will fall, it will keep growing, and that's how naturally it propagates itself, or naturally it makes more of itself. So this was all about natural vegetative propagation. While on the other hand, we have artificial propagation, which requires some human intervention, right? So this requires some human intervention. Now, the most common example of artificial propagation is that of grafting. Now, what is grafting? Now, you have grafting, cutting, layering, tissue culture. Now, stem cutting is the most easiest one that I can tell you about. So, before I come to grafting, I'll do stem cutting. How many of you, right? How many of you have seen money plant? Yes. How many of you have seen money plant? This is very simple, right? Money plant is something that we all know and hear about. Now, money plant that is there is a climber, right? So, money plant is normally a climber. And we will normally see that there will be one support and it will climb around it in this manner. Now, if you take this stem, and let me tell you, Ankita ma'am does this a lot, right? She does it a lot, and if you go to her house, you will find an entire garden, and she has this whole wall which is filled with plants, right? So there, if you see, what normally she does is, imagine these are the leaves. So when you do this stem cutting, you will have to take the stem in such a way that there is at least one node. What is a node? A node is a point from which a new leaf or a new branch arises. And the point between two nodes, right? So if this is my node 1 and if this is my node 2, this point between two nodes that you see right here is what you call as the internode. So whenever you are taking a stem cutting, it should have one node and at least two internodes. And just take this, either put it in soil or put it in water for some time so that the roots start to generate. And interestingly, they say, I watched this video very recently. So what happens, when you put the stem cutting in water, let's assume I put the stem cutting in water. When you put it in water, it actually generates, right? So we see that it actually produces a lot of hormones and it releases into the water. It produces a lot of growth hormones and then it will release it into the water. And it will use, then it will take up the hormones and then it will utilize it for growth. And that's how, if you do this stem cutting at home, you don't need too many fancy things. All you need is a glass of water, put it there, it should grow, right? So this right here is how, or what we call as stem cutting, where you cut the stem and you then propagate, right? You propagate the plant. Now grafting on the other hand. So are we all clear with stem cutting? Yes or no? No problem, comfy studies, I can understand. No problem, it's okay. Watch it whenever. Are we all clear? Easy peasy, right? Oh, thank you so much for that, AV. Thank you. This is very easy topic. This is not complicated. Next up, we have grafting, where we take one part, where we mix two plants or two parts of the plant together, right? Which means that I will take the bottom part, that means the lower part of the stem and root, which I will call as the stalk, and the top part of it is what I will call the scion, right? So I'll take two different stems, bring it together and tie it together and graft it, right? So it is a way in which I can make a hybrid plant. So if I have red rose and white rose and let's say I want a mix of it, then maybe I might bring those two stems together, make a graft like this and then put it in the soil and thereby it will grow. So rose you can propagate not just through grafting, but you can also do stem cutting as well. Okay? Now the next one that we have here is layering. So stem cutting, take stem, put it over. Grafting, take two stems, tie it together, top one is scion, bottom one is stalk, tie it together and done and put it in the soil. Now layering on the other hand is somewhere where you don't really cut, right? But what you do is, you do cut, but you take the parent plant and you take again the nodal region of it, you cut that bit and you layer it, okay? You put that bit of it in the soil. So imagine you have this parent, I take this branch and then I will put the nodal region in the soil, something like this, right? And then what will happen when I put it in the soil, at the nodal region, the roots will start to grow. From here, it will further start to grow, right? My plant will further start to grow. So in this case, what will happen? We see that as it grows, I can eventually cut it and I will get a new plant. So as I keep layering, more and more new plants can come here. You can try layering as well. It is very interesting. Yes, very good, Ankit. Very, very good. Okay? So this is about layering. Then of course, as we all know, right, we have tissue culture. Now tissue culture is something that I have also done in my MSc days. So tissue culture is super interesting, where you provide an entirely artificial medium for the plant, right? So what you do, you take a growing part. Okay, you take a growing part, it could be a nodal region or it could be a part where there's a lot of meristematic cells, right? Because in plants we know that meristematic cells are the one which contribute to growth. So you take a part, that's why the nodal region and all we are taking for propagation. So what you do, you take those cells which have the ability to grow and then you will put it in a nutrient medium. Now what is a nutrient medium? A nutrient medium is it is basically like a liquid, right? It is a liquid that we make which is having all the important nutrients that is necessary for plant growth. And what we'll do, we'll prepare that and then we'll solidify it, okay? We will solidify it in a Petri dish. What is a Petri dish? It is like a circular cylindrical dish that you see right here. It's kind of like a lid. Now, once we do this, whatever plant we take or whatever tissue we take, we will make sure that we will get rid of any contaminants. So we will clean it thoroughly so that there are no microorganisms, there are no unnecessary contaminants on it, and we will keep it in the nutrient medium. Now, when you keep it and leave it, you have to keep it covered and keep it in a safe place which has no contamination. So no, we can't do tissue culture at home because in and around us there are so many microorganisms that can hamper its growth. because you're keeping nutrients, microorganisms, any place, if it finds food, it will start growing and thriving, right? So that's why keeping it in a sterilized environment, which is devoid or which has no microorganisms, is important. So when we keep it there, what will happen? It will form a clump of cells. So it will form a clump, like it's basically, there is no structure, it's just one mass. Basically, it's a mass that is there, right? It is a mass of cells that are there. Now, this mass of undifferentiated. Now, what do I mean by that? I can also say this mass of unspecialized cells is what we call as a callus. And further, when you provide hormones and when you give it proper treatment, this callus will give rise to a small plantlet. So if you're ever interested in plant biotechnology, you will definitely enjoy this. So this was all about tissue culture, everybody. And with this, for those of you who are crying till this point telling, Ashwara ma'am only wants to teach asexual reproduction, right? We are done. All done with asexual reproduction. We can take a deep breath. Now the reason why I took so much time to do asexual reproduction is because you will get a short question from this, right? You will get a short question from asexual reproduction, and it's very important on your board examination point of view. Now I know I went a little slower than expected, but it's okay, right? My aim is that whenever you watch this, you should understand. Yes, Anita, I will. I think I'm just a little shaken up because of that whole lag thing, but yeah, it's behind me. So quickly to underline our important pointers, in vegetative propagation, what I need you to underline is, actually let's start from spore formation, right? So spore formation vegetative propagation what I need you to underline is these 3 pointers. Why vegetative propagation is important? Yes, so plants that bear these flowers and fruits, when we want the flowers and fruits faster, we will do vegetative propagation. Then propagation of banana, orange, rose, jasmine, which have lost the capacity to produce seeds, right? Then of course there is advantage that if I want something to be exactly as the parent plant, I will use this method, okay? So as you all know, in this particular case, these are 3 pointers where we will look at advantages, right? So this right here is basically going to be the advantages of vegetative propagation. And in spore formation, you only need to know example. So mainly all you need to know is about the example rhizopus, and of course you need to know how spore formation takes place. Very simple and easy peasy, okay? Yes, Cosmotalk, I know, right? Ma'am, what does genetically similar mean? It means that if you look at the genetic material, they are same. The parent and offspring is similar, more or less the same. Which parts do we need? You can use tip of the leaf, you can use the nodes, and in carrot you can use as one center part, which you can cut. Okay, so quick question everybody, where you need to tell me which among the following statements are incorrect. What is blob-like stick? Basically that balloon-like thing which we saw, no, that is blob. Okay? Yes, I know. So very quickly, which among the following statements are incorrect? Amoeba shows binary fission. Hydra can create its own copies by regeneration and budding. Bryophyllum can propagate vegetatively. Asexual reproduction requires fusion of gametes. What is the answer to this? Easy peasy question. You can pause this video right now and give the answer. Crystal clear. Answer is option D. We know that this is incorrect because asexual reproduction does not involve the fusion of gametes, while the remaining 3 statements are correct. Yes? Okay. Now, we shall move on to the next mode of reproduction, which is sexual mode of reproduction. Okay? Now I know this was much awaited for a very long time. Also mentally prepared for all kinds of questions to come my way, right? But anyways, when we talk about a sexual mode of reproduction, Let's revise, right? Yes. So when we revise, we know that in sexual mode of reproduction, it involves two parents, which means that there is a male and a female involved. There is formation of gametes, which means reproductive cells are involved. And of course, we observe that there are variations. Now you must be thinking that, okay, earlier when I was doing the DNA copying thing, you would have wondered, right? Why she's taking forever and ever to teach one basic concept. This is the reason why I took this much time, right? Those of you who are live here and cannot, maybe want to watch it later, watch it, but I'll finish this off at one shot, okay? Now, we learnt about how DNA copying mechanism can have some slight differences, right? So we know that and as a result of it, there will be variations. Now, variations may not be it may not be protected by individuals. So that means it may not have a very big impact in the individual, but it makes a very big difference in the population, right? Now, the concept here is, if we want to have these variations flowing across the population, how can we do this, right? So that is the question that we want to ask. Now you imagine that there are 3 generations. This is generation 1, generation 2, generation 3. That means this is grandfather, right? This is father. Then, let's do it differently. Let's assume this is amoeba 1, amoeba 2, and amoeba 3, right? Now imagine that there is a slight variation in amoeba 1, and maybe it copies, and the next variation will appear after some 50-60 generations. Now, if we want to observe variations in a population, doing it with one parent alone may take a long time for this variation to occur, right? For that accumulation to happen. But if there were 2 individuals that were involved, right? Let's assume that there were 2 individuals in a population who had different kinds of variation. And if they came together, then what will happen? We see that this variation from person 1 and person 2 has now accumulated in this person. Yes? You all agree with me? Yes or no? Similarly, if this person and this person come together, then what will happen? Again, more set of variations will accumulate, right? So what are we talking about here? We observe that combining variations from 2 or more individuals, or let's say from 2 individuals, saw that we were getting new combinations, right? We were getting new variations. And this combination would involve 2 individuals. And that is the ideology, right? That is the ideology behind sexual reproduction, and why in sexual reproduction, you will never have the concept of identical offspring. Now don't come and tell me, ma'am, twins. We'll forget twins for now. But if you look at it between parent and between the offspring, right? 2 parents and offspring, you will never find identical concept. You will find similarity. So that is what you need to understand, right? What is the reason? Because when this combination of variations come together, we end up getting a new combination. But we know that all this is happening because there is transfer of genetic material. You all agree with me? If we see that in sexual reproduction, let's say we have, let's say, 1 male, 1 female coming together to give rise, let's say, to a female, right? Then let's say 1 male and female coming together, giving rise to an offspring, right? So I hope you are clear. Now, at every level, it is coming as a combination. Yes or no? We are all clear, right? It is coming as a combination of genetic material coming from both parents. That means if genetic material comes from here and here, won't this offspring have double the amount? Won't it have double the amount of genetic material? Yes or no? Yes. Or no? Will it have double the amount of genetic material? Yes. But in reality, do we have, so when I say double, let me rephrase because you are assuming something else. Let's talk about it in number of chromosomes. If a father has 46 chromosomes, mother has 46 chromosomes, like in human beings. Will the offspring end up getting 46 from father and 46 from mother, giving me how much? 92 chromosomes. Does this mean I have 92 chromosomes? So when I said genetic material is coming from here and here completely, this is what I meant. Maybe my question was not clear. No. Then what happens? Okay, then why no? Why no? Okay, ma'am, you said, do I have 96 chromosomes? No. Then what is going on? Something has to go on, no? We've learnt about this in our in 9th standard itself, that although our number of this genetic material or amount of genetic material has to be maintained, right? So, if the parents have this number, then the offspring should also have the same number. Only then we will be of the same species. Otherwise, this is not possible. Rajesh, this is the most oldest dialogue for this chapter that I'm unaffected and to be honest, not creative. So, forget it. Don't spam. So, how is it that we see that the number of chromosomes get maintained in organisms? Well, that is with the help of a process of cell division called as meiosis. And this meiosis is mainly seen only in the reproductive cells, or this division or this type of cell division is mainly seen only in gametes. So meiosis is a type of cell division seen only in the reproductive cells. So this right here is very important to understand. We saw mitotic division, where number of chromosomes we know that is maintained between parent and offspring. Equational division. But here what is happening? We see that there is something called as reductional division, right? Now what is this reductional division? So here we see that in our case, we have 46 chromosomes. That means 23 pairs of chromosomes we have. But in the gametes that are produced in the body, this 23 pairs or this 46 number will get reduced by half. So we see that it will end up becoming 23 chromosomes in the gametes, right? So we see that it will be 23 only. Why? Because I told you that male and female is involved in sexual reproduction, which means when the male produces the male gamete having 23 chromosomes, then we have female gamete also having 23 chromosomes. When they come together, they will get an offspring having 46. So all this nature where only half the number of chromosomes are there is what we call as haploid. It's a condition. We call this as haploid condition. I don't need to go into the details much of it because we will reiterate this in the heredity chapter. Yes? So that way what will happen? 23 will come from the male, 23 will come from female gamete, thereby 46 or 23 pairs. So when you really think about it, the 46 chromosomes that are there in the body, right? There 23 have come from father and 23 have come from mother, and they pair up, and that's how we are getting 23 pairs. So are we all clear with this? Are we all clear? This concept we have understood about how or why this is important? Yes? Okay. XXXY, not touching that Cosmo talk now because sex determination is there for you in the next chapter. I would prefer to do that then. Okay. So now we have understood that meiosis, right? This is exactly how the number of chromosomes are maintained. We will move on to the next aspect of it, where we will quickly look at how sexual reproduction or how this process is maintained in plants, right? Okay, why sexual reproduction is reproduction? Because it is giving rise to new organism. Simple. Ananya, quickly to summarize, right? Because two individuals are involved, when those two cells come together, it should not be that the genetic material becomes double. The genetic material should remain constant. In the earlier cases, splitting was happening. Here, combining is happening, right? That's why when splitting was happening, DNA copying was taking place. But when you're combining something, you need only half and half so that that number is maintained. Okay? So that is what we understand by this. Now we will move on to sexual reproduction in flowers. In plants. Now mainly this is seen in flowering plants. Reason being that flowers are the reproductive parts of the plant, right? So we say that flowers are the reproductive parts. Now moving on, let's see, or to understand this better, we will need to have a quick look at the different parts, okay? So let's have a look at the structure of the flower. Now, this is a concept we have learnt in our lower grades. How many of us remember studying this in 7th standard? Ma'am, please explain the main question asked. Which main question? After this, Khader, after this. How many of you remember studying this? Ma'am, I am 7th grader. Oh, wow. You are learning very advanced topics then. Ma'am, I don't remember. No problem. I'll do a doubt board, don't worry, but up until then, when we talk about a flower, we know that flowers that are there initially start their life as a bud. Yes, we all know that there'll be flower buds which will look something like this. So we see that there'll be this flower bud which will mainly be green in color. No, we see that they'll mainly be green in color and they'll be wrapped by this greenish leafy like structures. How many of us have observed this in our garden or in our surroundings? We see that it will mainly be protected by these leafy structures. So these leafy structures that we see are the sepals. Now the sepals that are there, right? The sepals that the sepals that are there are leafy structures that protect the flower during the bud stage, right? So we see that sepals that are there are basically structures which protect the flower during the bud stage. Now in this particular case, all the sepals, they come together and they form the calyx. Now that's just some extra information, but one thing that you need to know here is that it is not directly involved in reproduction. So it is a non-essential part. While on the other hand, the next part that we have are the petals, right? So the petals that we observe are the bright colorful parts, okay? So we see that this right here are the bright colorful parts. So when we think about flowers, we think about how, when we think about flowers, we think about how they are so beautifully colored and you know how they are very brightly colored. So all of this, right, is because of the petals. Again, the main function of the petals is just to attract the insects. They don't have any direct role per se, right? Then of course we have the next two parts. So next up we have the stamens. Now the stamen that is there is the male reproductive part. So this right here is the male reproductive part, and we see that if we look at the structure, we see that the stamen has two parts, right? The stamen has anther and it has filament. Now the anther that is there is like, there are many, you can think of it as a lamppost. Think of it as a lamppost. So street light or lamppost which will look something like this, where there will be many compartments, right? 4 dimensions will be there, no? So think of it as a lamppost. Now in this case, right, what do we observe? This anther ke andar, what we see, no? Anther ke andar, we find there are sacs. So we find sac-like structures. Sac-like structures which we call as pollen sacs, okay? So we call them as pollen sacs. Now of course, not 4 dimensions, sorry, I meant 4 directions, not dimension, my bad. Now how many of you have seen hibiscus flower? We have all seen hibiscus flower, no? Yes or no? We have all observed how hibiscus flowers look like, and in the hibiscus flower, have you noticed how when you touch this part, right? When you touch this part and you maybe move it, you will find some yellow powdery substance in your hands. So you'll find some yellow powdery substances in your hands. It'll be very small and tiny. So those structures that you see are nothing but the pollen grains. So these right here are the pollen grains that are there. Now these pollen grains contain the male gamete. So these pollen grains contain the male gamete. So far we are clear? Yes? So far are you all with me? Okay, very good. Now moving on, let's have a look at the next essential part or the next reproductive part, which is the female part, right? Which is called as the pistil. Now the pistil, I'll always tell you, if you want to remember structure of pistil, right? I think I have it here. Oh, I had all these. Yeah, this is how a pollen grain looks like. I forgot I had these slides. So think of it as a flower vase. If you see a flower vase, or I'm sure we have all seen this where we keep those flowers, right? So think of it as a flower vase where the pistil has a top knob-like structure called as stigma. Then it has a long tube-like structure called as style, a swollen base which is called as the ovary, inside which it has the ovule. Now inside the ovule, you will find the female gamete. Okay? So we find the female gamete. So very quickly to recall, pollen grain, right, consists of the male gamete. The ovule that is there consists of the female gamete. So this is where we find the male and female gametes in the case of plants. But now we know that for sexual reproduction to take place, the male and the female gamete must come together, right? So they need to come together. Now, right now, my pollen grain is inside the anther, while my ovule, that is there, is inside the pistil. So how will they come? How will they meet? What is the process by which they meet? Can you take a guess? It is very simple and easy. Yes, Jay, I will. Very good. So it is nothing but pollination. So pollination that is there can be simply, right? We can simply say that it is a process by which the pollen grain, right? So we see that the pollen grain is transferred from anther to stigma, right? So this is a very simple definition of pollination. Now, of course, pollination are of various types. Yes. So we have different types of pollination. Broadly two kinds, self and cross pollination. Now, why am I teaching you this part? Because last year in your board examination, they have asked a question on this, which is why diagrammatically you should be able to identify which is self-pollination and which is cross-pollination. That is why I need students to pay attention. Abhay, Savita, if you are not going to pay attention, you can leave the class. No issues. I know this might be too much to study at one go. You may want to pause and learn, but pay attention, don't get distracted. Thank you. Okay, coming back, as you all know, understanding to represent types of pollination is very, very important diagrammatically. Okay? Now, we know that pollination is transfer of pollen from anther to stigma. Now, if that transfer happens within the same flower, as you can see here. Now, it is happening within the same flower. Or, it happens between two different flowers, but the same plant. So, two different flowers, but of the same plant. Then we call it as we call this as self-pollination. While on the other hand, we see that in the case of cross-pollination, it happens between two different flowers, and it happens between two different flowers which are present on two different plants, but of the same species, right? It's not that one rose, one jasmine is happening. No. two different rose plants, two different plants, two different flowers, but of the same species, right? So that is what we mean as cross pollination. Yes, Gurlal, done. I will do it. Now, one thing that I forgot to tell you, right, is that we know that this transfer is happening between anther and stigma. But not all flowers will have the four parts that I told you. Sepal, petal, stamen and pistil. There could be some flowers, right? So we observe that there could be some flowers which will have only the female reproductive part. There could be some which has only male reproductive part. But there could be some which will have both of it in the same flower, right? So if it has either one of the reproductive parts, right? So if it has either one of the reproductive, let's say it has only pistil, or if it has only, let's say, stamen. So in this case, what will happen? It has only one reproductive part. So this right here, right? So this right here is what we call as a unisexual flower. Now remember these images because it has come in your board examination also. Very, very important. Super, super important because this diagram has come in boards. And if you are not paying attention, we may lose it, right? Okay. Then of course, if both reproductive parts, now if both reproductive parts are present on the same plant, then what, on the same flower, we call this as a bisexual flower. So a unisexual flower we see in papaya, watermelon, cucumber. These are all examples of unisexual flowers. While bisexual, you have mustard, hibiscus. These are all examples of bisexual flowers. Now remember these examples, it can come, I'm telling you. It is very, very important. KP Gaming, there's nothing I can do about it. I cannot change, no. I'm born with this. I'm also not well, but I'm trying my best to teach you. If you don't want to watch it now, it's okay. I get it. ठीक है. Examples, I'll write it on the screen, right? Unisexual flowers में we have, what did I tell you? Watermelon, papaya. These two are examples. Here you can have hibiscus, and of course you can have one more. Which one is that? Yeah, mustard. Okay, are we all clear? Very good. So with this everybody, these are 2 pointers that we need to remember and quickly, right? Ma'am, in NCRT they've said that self is only, yes, I know in NCRT they've said that self-pollination means it is only between same flower. But to be honest, when you're learning self-pollination, you have to know, right, that self-pollination can happen between same flower or two different flowers, but in the same plant. That's just extra information I'm giving you. Two different flowers in two different plants is what we call as cross-pollination. Same species is necessary because if not, the following process that I'm going to elaborate will not happen. So what happens in cross-pollination? Various agents are there. So if it has to go from, say, plant 1 all the way to plant 2, it is not that it is going to fly on its own, right? It needs some help. So we see that there are some agents, right? There are some agents of pollination which are involved in this. It could be wind, it could be water, it could be insects, it could be birds, or it could be bats. So in this case, what do we observe? We see that various agents contribute towards cross-pollination. Now, once pollination has taken place, right? Once pollination has taken place, what do we see? The pollen will come and it will fall on the surface of the stigma. Sorry, it will come and it will fall on the surface of the stigma. Now, once the pollen falls there, just give me a minute. Sorry, my throat is getting stuck. Once the pollen falls on the surface of the stigma, we see that the stigma that is there, very good, Meera, it is very sticky in nature. So the pollen will come and fall. Now, if they are of the same species, then due to certain chemicals that are present. Now, how many of you remember we learnt about something called as chemotropism in control coordination, right? We all learnt about this. We learnt about chemotropism, where in response to chemicals, we see that there is growth of, there is movement that takes place, right? So in this case, what happens? We see that the pollens that are, the pollen grain that is there due to the chemicals will start to grow, forming a pollen tube. Now this pollen tube will go all the way down. So from the stigma, it will go to the style, it will reach the ovary and finally reach the ovule. And when this pollen tube grows, we see that during this growth, the gametes are transported all the way, right? It is transported all the way till the ovary. Now, one thing that you need to understand is that in plants, there is not one male gamete, but rather we see that there are two male gametes which are present inside the pollen grain. We see that there is there is one male gamete and then there is one more male gamete. So two male gametes will reach all the way inside the ovule. Now once it reaches the ovule, we see that one of the male gametes that is there will go and fuse with the female gamete, which we call as the egg cell. So male gamete plus female gamete will result in what? Will result in fusion. This process is what we call as fertilization. Students, understand this. This is very, very important. Fertilization that is there is the process of fusion of male and female gamete, and it results in the formation of a single-celled structure called as zygote. Very important. Yes? Okay. Now, of course, moving on, right? We saw that one male gamete is fusing with the female gamete, resulting in the formation of zygote. And this egg cell is present somewhere here. But we saw, right, that there was one more gamete. I told you that it is not a single gamete, but there are two. So one has fused with the egg cell and it's formed zygote. But what about the second one? What is it going to do? Will it be like, oh, one gamete fused, now my job is done, let me go? No, very good, Cosmo Talk, very good. The other gamete that was there will fuse with another type of cell, right? And this second type of cell is what we call as the central cell, or we call it as polar nuclei. Yes, it is called multiple things. Yes, so polar nuclei is an easy way. Now these are two cells which are present in the center. Now this will fuse, the second male gamete will fuse with two polar nuclei, resulting in the formation of something called as primary endosperm nucleus. Now this part is extra. It is not there in NCERT. Don't panic telling me, ma'am, will it come in board exam? It is not there. I'm just telling this for your complete understanding. I don't want to teach half and go. I can do that very easily. I can finish this in 1 hour also. But why am I taking it slowly? So that conceptually and your basics are clear. Otherwise, what will happen? You will keep asking the same doubt again and again and again and again. Meera, that is also correct. Secondary nucleus is also correct. Polar nuclei come together to form secondary nucleus. Yes, we will solve the practice paper. Don't worry. Okay? Don't worry. No problem. No problem, Harshit. No problem. Okay? Now, of course, see, don't pay attention. Don't pay attention to anything that distracts you. Pay attention in class. Okay? Now, we saw that here fertilization is happening twice, which means that there is one fusion where male gamete and egg cell is fusing, giving rise to zygote. That will eventually, of course, be the embryo. Then along with that, we also see that there is a second kind of fertilization happening, which is why in plants, we observe that double fertilization takes place. Now, we know that this embryo is what is going to give a new organism. But what is this endosperm? What do we mean by endosperm? Now, endosperm that is there is basically a structure where nutrition is there, right? So, these are structures that provide nutrition to the plants. So, as the growing embryo is there, it takes in the nutrition that is from the endosperm. So, it is as simple and easy. Ma'am, what will land on stigma for triple fusion? It will be the pollen grain only, Cosmotalk, because inside the pollen grain, 2 male gametes are there, right? ठीक है. Now, of course, we know that what has happened. Now, once, let's say, this fertilization process takes place, we see that various post-fertilization changes happen. So, various post-fertilization happens, right? Now, what are the post-fertilization changes? Now, we had all the other parts, right? So, what were the other parts that were involved? We saw that there were sepals, there were petals, then there was stamen, then we had stigma and style. Now, all these parts have served our purpose, right? It served the purpose, which is why once fertilization process takes place, this will wither off. That means it will fall off. Now, it's served its purpose. Tata, bye-bye. Go. Over. Yes? Now, on the other hand, what are we left with? We are left with the ovary and the ovule. Now, the ovule, inside the ovule is where that fertilization process happened. So, now what will happen? We see that the ovule that is there will undergo changes and it will form the seed. The ovary, right, the swollen base is what will form the fruit, which is why if you normally see, we see that the seeds are inside the fruits at all times. Now, the seed, if you look at its structure, we see that seeds that are there, we have the embryo. What is the embryo? Embryo is basically a structure which will give rise to a new organism. So, we see that in seeds, we have the embryo. This is the embryo. The top part of the embryo is what we will call as the plumule. So, top part of the embryo is the plumule. This will give rise to the shoot of the plant. What is shoot? The stem, the flowers, the leaves, right? That is all part of the shoot system, which is above the ground. While on the other hand, when we have the bottom part, it is the radicle. My voice is gone. Please don't mind. Right? Yes? So, we have the radicle here. Sorry for the wrong spelling. We have radicle. Now, we know that radicle is what gives rise to the root system. Now, in this case, what do we observe? We see that there are these structures called as cotyledon. Now, cotyledon that is there are structures which is also known as first leaf. That means when a seed is germinating, right? The first structures that get pushed above the ground are the cotyledons, which is why we call them as the first leaf. So, this cotyledon or the purpose of cotyledon is the fact that they store food in it. So, I know you can't see because it's right behind me, but we see that the cotyledons, they store food which gets utilized by the embryo. So, quickly to recall whatever I taught. So, I'll summarize from the beginning. We learned about sexual reproduction in plants. Now, when we talk about sexual reproduction in plants, we know that the flowers are the reproductive parts, right? So, flowers are the reproductive parts. Now, in this particular case, what do we observe? When we look at a structure of the flower, I'll make it little nice and pretty. We see that flowers that are there have these leaf-like structures called as sepals. Then they have bright colored part called as petals. Then we see that the male reproductive part that is there are the stamens. And then of course we have the female reproductive part, which is the pistil. So this is the pistil and this is the stamen. Now we saw that inside the stamen it has anther and stigma. So very quickly to draw this on the side. This is the anther. This is the filament. The anther produces powdery substances called as pollen grains, right? So it produces powdery substances called as pollen grains. And inside the pollen grains is where we find the male gamete. Now on the other hand, when we look at this, right? When we look at the female gamete, we know that there's a top knob-like structure which is sticky, called as the stigma. Then it has a long tube called as style, and inside, of course, we have the swollen base that we see, right? This right here is what we call as the ovary, and then of course we have the ovule, and inside the ovule is where we will find the female gamete. Now we know that in pollen grain there is not one male gamete but two. So when after pollination that takes place, the pollen grain will germinate, the male gametes will reach the ovary. Now inside the ovule, double fertilization takes place where formation of zygote and endosperm happens. Endosperm part is extra. So we call this as double fertilization. Now once fertilization has happened, we saw that post-fertilization changes happen where all the non-essential parts, stamen, stigma, style, they all wither off. Ovary will become fruit, ovule will become seed. So that is pretty much the end of it, right? And with that I have covered, I think, two-thirds of the chapter. Two-thirds is what I would say, not going beyond that. So this part, so very quickly, right? I'll take doubt board side by side right now. But this is a quick NCERT corner. Yeah, I covered two-thirds. I have one-third left. So quickly, all of you go to your NCERT textbook. Now we're going to start off with the importance of sexual reproduction. Now let me tell you all one thing. They can ask you for what are the advantages or why sexual reproduction is preferred over asexual reproduction. Now they can ask you for 3 marker, they can ask you for 2 marker, or it will come as assertion reproduction. I mean, it will come as assertion reason, right? So here you need to underline or focus on this aspect. So here, look at this. In this part, let me tell you, when two different individuals in a population have different patterns of accumulated variations, and let's assume that these variations have no bad effects, combining variations from two individuals would create new combination for variance. That means that when two individuals come together, more variation. And each combination would be novel. That means that each combination would be new. And it would involve two different individuals. Therefore, sexual mode of reproduction incorporates a process of combining DNA from two different individuals. Now here you need to keep one thing in mind, right? Here the next part of it. So this aspect or this part of it is talking about why meiosis process. So here we are just talking about why meiosis process is necessary. So we're talking about if the genetic material becomes double in the offspring, then that is not possible, which is why it has to become half. That's why we see that in lineages of cells, only half the number of chromosomes are produced and when compared to your non-reproductive cells. That's why germ cells from two individuals combine, forming new individual, thereby re-establishment in number of chromosomes. Then we talk about how zygote has sufficient information to form new organisms, so on and so forth. Now here we are also talking about the nature of the germ cells, right? So here we're talking about the nature of the germ cells, where one is big and large and the other one is motile. So these are just some extra information, but they will ask you advantages of sexual reproduction over asexual. So this question, why is sexual reproduction preferred over asexual, is something that you need to know. Very good, Ritika, very, very good. Now here, diagram is important, they may ask you, but more than that, you need to know the basic parts. And here, examples of unisexual, bisexual, then of course where the pistil is present, how it's made up of 3 parts. Now, more or less here, what I want you to look at is ovary consists of the ovule, which has the egg cell. Male germ cell produced by the pollen, present inside the pollen. And of course, we see that this is where the locations are. Now, underline points on self-pollination as well as cross-pollination. And what are the agents? Because that can come. Very, very important. Last but not the least, here just make a broad mark. Okay? Here just mark that this is all about fertilization and post-fertilization changes. Now remember the diagrams, because these two diagrams are important. Now I'm broadly marking it for you because, see, this part you have to read in detail. This is very, very important, so you'll have to read it a little bit in detail. Okay? Have we all marked it? Yes or no? Ma'am, fruit is also known as ripened ovary because the ovary is what will ripen, mature and become the fruit. Ma'am, do we have to draw a diagram because that came? They may not ask you. Chances are less. Okay. Now a quick poll question, right? So a very quick poll question for all of you. This is a question which has come last year in your board exam. A very similar question has come. Now you have two diagrams given to you wherein you need to identify the combination. You need to identify the combination of flowers that, or images that show flowers found in papaya and watermelon. Ma'am, then how in unisexual plants they produce seeds? Because Meera, pollination, right? So even if unisexual flowers are there, we see that due to pollination, it will happen either if they're present on the same flower, it will happen between two different flowers of the same plant, or cross-pollination, where you will have a male plant and female plant and cross-pollination takes place. But that is how they are produced. And that's why only in female plants, or in the case of unisexual flowers or plants which have only female flowers or the female reproductive part, we see that only those bear the fruit. The other one does not bear fruits. Easy peasy. You can, girls power. You can, but you can. Very good. Very good, all of you. Are you reading the options? This is A, this is B, this is C, this is D. Whoever is telling me A, B, don't read the options, okay? Read the options and tell me. Watermelon and papaya. Okay. Watermelon and papaya have unisexual flowers or bisexual flowers? Do watermelon and papaya have unisexual or bisexual flowers? Unisexual or bisexual? Unisexual. So here option A shows that only, what do we see here? We see that only stamens are present, which means A right here is a male flower because it has only stamen. Now here this has only pistil. Yes, this has only pistil. So this is a female flower, right? So this right here is a female flower. Then in this case, what would be the answer? Easy. It will be option C. How is it option B which says CC? This is a bisexual one. This is a bisexual flower. And these two are not examples of bisexual. So correct answer here is option C. I think you were telling me B here, but the answer or what you should have told me was from this. Okay? Okay. So now 2/3 of the chapter is done. We've had almost 4 hours of class. But I'll not say 4 hours because in between we had a lot of technical glitches. But how about we take a break now? I'm scared to take break. I don't want to have internet issue after this. But how about we take a break for maybe 10 minutes and wind up the last bit of the chapter. Yes, I know. I know. But see, like I said, I'm not just doing in text. I'm not just doing explanation. Because if I was doing only explanation, then I would have finished it off by now. But we're doing NCRT, we're doing questions, we're doing reading, we're doing doubt board. We're taking this class as slow as possible. So whoever is watching this later, it'll be an in-depth concept explanation. And my aim, like I said, I will not compromise on the fact that even if I'm teaching for 4 hours or whatever it be, another 1 hour mein to it will be done. To be honest, 1 more hour and session is over, because human reproduction mein it is very easy. By now, major chunks we have covered. Human reproduction mein you have all read and kept. So I know what to expect. You're all very excited for that bit. But anyways, we'll take a break and we'll come back. So right now, how about we take 10 minutes? We will resume at 7:25. Works? How about we take a 10-minute break? Let's all pray that I don't have any internet issue later. 1 hour, Meera, 1 hour. Not more than that. Hey, I'm being honest. I know all of you. I have to come mentally prepared. Awesome, Rupinder. Sure. Okay. So I'll come back at 7:25. Up until then, everybody take a walk. Get away from screen. Take a walk. Wash your face. 15 minutes. हाँ ठीक है. ठीक है. We'll do 15 minutes. 7:30. Cool. Done. 15 minutes. We will do 7:30. 15-minute break. Go wash your face and come. I'll finish it up in 1 hour. Don't mind the noise that may come in between. Hello students. I've come little bit early to check if we don't have any audio video issue, no lagging, no other problems. Everything is good to go? All good, no problems, right? So that I can not waste time and then get started very quickly. All good, we are not facing any issues, yes? No lags. Yeah, I came early because I don't want the same fiasco to happen like what happened earlier. Awesome. ठीक है. All good. Awesome. Okay, fine then. Now we will move on to the last leg of today's class, right? Last leg of today's class where we will now cover reproduction in human beings. Now I know this class has been very elaborate, so very quickly I want to do a Josh level check as to how is the Josh. I know it could be tiring, I know it could be very exhausting. Even if you watch this video much after the live stream, if you've made it till this point, I'm super proud of you. Let me tell you that I'm super duper proud, very excited that you have made it till this end. I am sure that you will definitely ace this chapter and ace the exam. So I know this is just going to show that, this just goes to show how committed you are into ensuring that your concepts and your base is clear. Now, of course, I know we're tired, but one more hour, maybe plus minus 15 minutes, but we will finish this chapter. See, now we've made it this far, right? We've all made it this far, which means now is not the time to quit. See, if you've made it 90% into the race, last 10%, last 100 meters, you will quit. No, na? You will come all the way and you will make it a point that you reach the end goal. Yes? So we will reach that end goal today and we will get started with the next topic, which is going to be reproduction in human beings. Yes, very good. Very, very good. So let's get started with reproduction in humans. Now, when we do reproduction in humans and when we're going to be doing sexual reproduction, we will be covering these topics. So when we get started with sexual reproduction in human beings, we will get covered or we will get started as to what are the various changes, right? So we've learned about how there is a certain lifespan, there are various stages to life. So when exactly does the body become ready for reproduction? And more than that, right? So we will understand what are the various changes that happen to attain reproductive maturity. Then we will go on to learning about reproductive systems where we will cover both male and female. Then we will learn about their structure and how exactly fertilization takes place. What will happen if fertilization does not happen? So let's get started. Now, by now we know that sexual reproduction is a process where there are two individuals, a male and a female involved, and they come together, right? So they come together in order to produce an offspring. Now, how exactly is this happening? Now, our body, especially in humans, we know that there are so many organ systems that carry out various functions, which is why we see that even for this process, we have a system in place where we have a male reproductive system and a female reproductive system. Now, the male reproductive system will produce the male gamete. The female reproductive system will produce the female gamete, right? Will produce the female gamete. And we see that the male and female gamete will come together in order to give the offspring. Now, you need to understand one thing. We are born with this system, right? So, when we are born, we are either, of course, when we are born as a male or a female, right? So, we are born with these reproductive systems, every individual. Now, when an individual is born, the reproductive system is not very well developed. So, we see that it is not very well developed. The parts are there, but they are not developed, which is why we see that because overall the body is also not developed. So, we see that physically, during infancy to childhood, our body is still developing. Yes? So physically our body is developing. But once we say reach about the age of 10 or 11 years, we see that physical development at that point, baby, till that extent, whatever has to happen, it happened, right? But now we see that it will undergo the next phase of transformation where the body will attain reproductive maturity. Yes? So the next stage of life is for the body to undergo various changes or various transition in order to attain reproductive maturity. So when exactly do human beings become sexually matured for reproduction, or when is it that they attain reproductive maturity? Now, there are two terms, right? There are two terms. One is puberty and the other one is adolescence. Now, these are terms that we have learnt in our lower grades, but we tend to get a little confused as to what is what. Now, we have seen that there is childhood, yes, and there is adulthood. Now, if you look at a child and an adult, they are drastically different. Now, the reason being is that between childhood and adulthood, we require a transition state for our body to develop, right? So, this transitional state between childhood and adulthood is what we call as teenage or what we call as adolescence. So it is a time period. Are we all clear? It is a time period between the two. While on the other hand, if we talk about puberty, so now this puberty can also be commonly referred to as when you mature. How many of you would have heard that? Because I've also heard that, right? When you mature, you have now matured. We tend to use these words, right? But that's nothing but another word for puberty. Now, puberty is a point of life, right? Or I would say it is the age, yes? So we see that it is the age where the body starts to attain that reproductive maturity, yes? Where the body starts to attain reproductive. That means that now, from this age onwards, your body has started to make certain changes. This is what we call as puberty, and this age differs from person to person because we see that it is all these changes that happen during adolescence. We have already learned in our previous chapter that it happens because of hormones, right? So we know that due to hormone production, these changes happen. Now, these changes happen in both boys and girls. And let me tell you all one thing. See, you are all, to me, you are all young adults, right? Which means that as much as you are like my babies and my children, whoever is watching, but I also know that I want to treat you like adults. Which means that sometimes when you ask, one of the question as a biology teacher that I get is, ma'am, reproduction ka practical. And I keep hearing that, and I'm not ashamed to admit it publicly. That when you guys say this, it seems very hoo-ha and very cool and all of that. But see, you guys also, right? All of you are also in your teenage, which means that your body is also undergoing a lot of changes. And whether you admit it or not, it's a very confusing time. For everybody, it is a confusing period of time. So many things, right? So many things are happening to our body. Sometimes we don't realize what is going on. And if we are not properly educated, then we unnecessarily, right? We may pass some comments. We may say something that we don't mean. So let me tell you all, it's okay. It's okay. It's a period of time where the body is undergoing a lot of changes. Let me tell you all, I know it feels very overwhelming. It feels very confusing. But trust me, it's a process. Embrace it. Learn more about it. But educate yourself wisely, right? Use this as a platform to educate yourself and not use it for any other aspect. That is why I am talking to you as adults and I'm not treating you as children, because I know that you are capable enough to understand this. Moving on. Sorry about my voice. Moving on. So like I said, puberty is basically the point where the body undergoes, right? The body undergoes a lot of changes and starts to attain reproductive maturity, which means that in children, right, or when a individual is in childhood, the body is not physically capable to reproduce, right? The body is not physically capable, which is why we see that it needs to undergo various changes in order to become physically capable to reproduce. But you need to understand that it is not just about physical capability, but it comes with emotional and mental changes as well, right? So during this process of adolescence, you undergo physical changes, but along with that, you are undergoing emotional as well as mental changes. And this particular process, right, of mental and emotional changes will last you up to adulthood. So up until 21, 22, in some cases till 25 also, those changes will keep happening. That's why if you see on a societal level, marriage and all the societal norms that you see are normally after you reach your adulthood, where physically and mentally the body is developed, right? So this is one aspect that you need to remember. Now, what are the changes that happen? Let's have a look, right? Let's have a look at what are the physical changes that occur. Now see, physically a man and a woman are different, right? Now there are two ways in identifying an individual. Now, so at a primary level, right? So if you were to look at the sexual characteristics. So if I were to identify an individual, I would look at the sexual characteristics. Now sexual characteristics could either be primary or they could be secondary. Now the primary characteristic is presence of your reproductive organs. So presence of the reproductive organs, depending on which reproductive organ is present, you are able to distinguish the individual as a male or a female. But on the other hand, secondary characteristics are those that are visible to us. So these are the secondary sexual characters that are there. So based on that, we see that it is different for male and female. Just give me one moment. Okay. Now in the case of a male, what are the characteristics we observe? So during this period of time, there are changes such as broadening of shoulders. We see that there is hair growth in the face, in the armpit region and in the pubic region. There the voice starts to crack or it becomes deepened. Then we see that there is development of facial, pimples, acne. And of course, side by side, development of sex organs also happen due to the hormone production. Now, similarly, in females, there is enlargement of breasts, which are nothing but the mammary glands. Now, mammary glands are the milk-producing glands which are necessary for the because when the baby is born, they are the ones which produce the milk. Then, of course, we also observe hair growth. We see hair growth in the hands, armpit region, pubic region, widening of hips. Now, why does widening of hips happen? Because development of the young one happens within the female's body. So, we see that is why we have widening, widening of hips. Then again, development of pimples, acne, all of this is common. And of course, development of sex organs because of production of hormones. So, are we all clear? Yes, Anita, it is. I'll answer that towards the end, Khadir, towards the end. So now do we understand why these changes need to happen? And along with this, right, to support this, there are emotional changes. So when so many hormones are bringing about changes within your body and they are in action, they bring about a lot of emotional changes. They bring a lot about mental changes. You become inquisitive. Maybe you are feeling a little bit you feel a lot of things at one go, right? So these are the different changes that we observe. Now, one main thing that we see is the development of sex organs or reproductive organs. So in this case, we see that the main reproductive organ in males and females is different. So let's have a look at the male reproductive system first. So just 1 minute, students. Okay. So in the case of male reproductive system, the main reproductive organ is the testis, right? And males have a pair of testes. Now these testes are found outside the body, or they're found hanging outside, and we see that they are enclosed with a sac-like structure called as scrotum. Now why is it hanging outside the body? Or we say that it is extra abdominal. What is the reason behind it? Well, you see, if I say that testis is the main reproductive organ, it means that this is what is responsible for the production of male gamete, right? So we see that this is responsible for the production of male gamete. Now to produce the male gamete, it requires a slightly lower temperature than our body temperature. About 2.5 to 3 degrees Celsius lower than our body temperature. Which is why it is found hanging outside the body, or we say that it is extra abdominal and it is protected by the scrotum. Now we see that the male gamete produced in human males is what we call as sperms. And we will look at the structure of the sperm in just a bit. Now these sperms are produced inside the testes, and then they are transferred to this highly coiled structure which is present at the back side of the testis called as epididymis. Now in the epididymis, the sperms are stored for a brief period of time, from which after maturation they will be transported through the sperm duct, which we also call as the vas deferens. So we see that the vas deferens is also known as the sperm duct, and from here it will loop over through the urinary bladder and it will go back and it will join the urethra. Now as it joins, it receives a lot of secretions. Now it is just sperms, right? It's just the motile sperms, but now it will also receive secretions. Now these secretions are from accessory glands. What are all the accessory glands? It includes the seminal vesicle, it includes the prostate gland, and these chuntu glands that you see here are called as Cowper's gland or bulbourethral gland. So I'll write the names down. In the side, we have seminal vesicle, prostate gland, and there is bulbourethral, or you can also call it as Cowper's gland. And we see that all these secretions, so secretions from the accessory glands make it a fluid-like structure, and also, right, what is the function of these accessory glands? So let me just write that down. Why are there accessory glands in the first place? Because we see that they will mix it with a fluid. So this makes it easier to transport the sperms and also provides nutrition to the sperms. So secretion of accessory glands along with the sperms result in the formation of a milky fluid-like structure which is called as semen. Are we all clear? Yes? Are we all clear with this so far? Is it simple? Okay. Now moving on, right? Now moving on, what happens is that the sperm duct is joining the urethra. Now the urethra in males will extend into the external genitalia. Now the external genitalia in males is the penis. So we see that here the urethra is a common opening for the passage of urine as well as for the passage of semen also. Which is why through the penis we see that it is ejaculated out, or the semen is released out. Okay? So we see that it is released out, or we say that it is ejaculated out. Now on an examination point of view, what do you need to understand? On an examination point of view, pathway will come. So on an examination point of view, learn the pathway through which the sperm travels, because that can come as an MCQ based question. In your recent sample paper, they have asked for functions as well for 5 marks. So very quickly, please make it a point that all of you are clear with the concept. Yes. So comfy studies, there's a way in which, there's a mechanism where in which they are able to sort of, it will not affect it, but the body has a way of cleansing and taking care of it. So that's not a problem. Ma'am, semen is also seminal fluid, or seminal fluid mixes into semen? Seminal fluid mixes into semen along with secretion from prostate and cowpers. Okay? No, it won't. It won't get mixed because they're not getting released at the same time. Don't think of it as it getting released at the same time. Okay? Khader, can I take that question towards the end? Nitika, as I am explaining, I'm giving you the important questions. I hope you are paying attention. Okay. Sperms are not continuously released. No. Sperm, see, only difference which you will learn from males and females is that they are produced little more regularly when compared. So sperms get produced, then they get stored in the epididymis. That is what is, then eventually getting released. Okay. Awesome. Now moving on, we will go on to the female reproductive system. So far we are clear about male reproductive system. Yes or no? Yes, Amir, they do. They do utilize fructose. That is present in the seminal fluid, right? Yes, I know I'm talking softly now, so I hope it's better. I hope it's not making your experience very unpleasant with my voice. That's my only concern. No, Khader, no. We'll see what happens in females, okay? Now see, like I said, sperms that are there, right? Sperms that are there are the male gamete. While on the other hand, when we talk about females, right? We see that females that are there, the main reproductive organ. Main reproductive organ is the ovary. And there are a pair of ovaries. Yes, these are small ovoid structures. They're very tiny structures, not very tiny, but they're small ovoid structures found in the abdominal region. Now, we see that they have the female gamete. They produce the female gamete, which is the ovum, egg, plural will be ova. Now, there's one interesting thing in the case of females. Now, in males, sperms are produced continuously. But in females, what happens is, during their developmental stages, right? So, when in the womb of the mother or during their developmental stage, we observe that the number of eggs are fixed in females. Right from birth, they are born with a fixed number of eggs. And these eggs are they would have undergone some stage of development, but they have stopped, right? So we see that they would have undergone some stage of development, but now they have stopped. So here the number of eggs are fixed in females, but that's not the case with males. So I hope you are clear with this. Now because of this, what do we observe? We see that that has a very important role to play when it comes to conceiving, which we will see in just some time. So now we see that this is all about the ovary and there are a pair of ovaries. Now surrounding it, we see that there are these finger-like projections which you see. We call this as fimbriae, right? Fimbriae. Now from here, this will lead into a very important part which we call as the fallopian tube or the oviduct, right? And of course, there are a pair of oviducts which finally join the pear-shaped muscular organ. So it joins the pear-shaped muscular organ which we call as the uterus. Now the uterus, like I said, is a pear-shaped muscular organ, and we see that it will eventually lead into the birth canal, which we call as the cervix, and that will lead into the external genitalia, which is the vagina. So now this is what we understand. Now quickly, right? We know that the gametes that are there is the egg and the sperm. Now sperms are motile in nature. That means that sperms have the ability to move, while eggs on the other hand don't have that ability. So they just have nucleus and cytoplasm, while sperms have a headpiece where the nucleus material is present, a midpiece which allows them to produce energy, and a tail which allows them to move. Now in this case, right, what happens is the sperms are released, okay? So during copulation, or when the external genitalia release, the male genitalia releases the sperm into the female genitalia, right? So when it releases the sperms into the female genitalia, it will enter through the vagina. So I will use white color only. So it will enter through the vagina, it will swim up into the cervix, and it will go either ways into the fallopian tube. Now the egg, right? We know that there is a fixed number of eggs. So it is not that ovary will release all the eggs, but each ovary, that means if there are a pair of ovaries, every month, one egg gets released. So one egg gets released, let's say from the right ovary. Next month, the left ovary will release one egg. So these releases will happen only post puberty, when hormonal changes will happen. Now what will happen after this? We see that the egg will get released, and there are these, hair-like structures like cilia that will lash back and forth, which is there in the oviduct, and it will move up. Now, if this release of egg and the sperms are, the release of the egg and the entry of sperms is timed, then they will meet in the fallopian tube. And inside the fallopian tube, they will fuse by the process of fertilization, resulting in the form of zygote. So far, are you all with me? We see here that in this particular case, there is release of egg, which we call as ovulation. One egg is released from one ovary in 1 month. If that release is timed with the entry of sperms, then it will fuse and result in the formation of zygote. Now, after fertilization takes place, zygote formation happens. So once zygote is formed, it will start to undergo rapid division. So zygote, as we know, right, is a single cell structure. It is single celled. Now it will start to undergo mitotic division. So it will start to undergo mitotic division, and now it will become two-celled. Two-celled will become four-cell, 4 to 8. It will become a clump of cells, right? So eventually it will become a clump of cells. Now as it becomes a clump, it will swim through it will move through the fallopian tube, and it will reach the uterus. Now uterus, like I said, is a pear-shaped muscular organ, and we see that the inner lining of the uterus will normally have depositions, right? So we see that it is normally made thick. So we see that the inner linings are made thick with blood and mucus, and this is something that happens on a month-on-month basis, right? So we see that the inner linings are made thick with blood and mucus, and if fertilization happens, then that embryo will come and it will implant itself. It will lodge itself into the wall of the uterus, right? So we see that it will lodge, or it will place itself there. It will embed itself. So this process is what we call as implantation. Now from here, it will develop into a fetus and into a full-born baby. So as you can see here, further development will happen inside the uterus for the next 9 months. So the whole development of a young one will take 9 months to take place. So are we all clear? Are we all clear so far? Yes? Very quickly. Ma'am, are all gametes similar in structure? Sperms, yes, they are similar to each other. Eggs also are similar in their structure between each other. Ma'am, but it's around... No, it's just about thousands, not more than that. In human females, see, number depends. If you generally type number of eggs, it will give you a vague idea. But in humans specifically, if you see, that number is fixed, because that's why if you see, after a certain age, a woman cannot conceive. A woman cannot produce or give birth to a young one, because the number of eggs are no longer there, right? Ma'am, mucus is also present in the mainly cilia. ठीक है? Gestation. Gestation is basically the time period of development of the young one inside the mother's uterus. So that is what we call as that. Now here I would like to clarify one thing. When you are young, no, we often say that the baby is born inside the stomach. How many of you would have heard that? Baby is born inside the stomach because the abdominal region of the mother becomes big, right? Abdominal region of the mother becomes big. But colloquially, in common words, they say that baby is growing in the stomach. But now you know that it is not the stomach, hydrochloric acid producing, protein digesting stomach. It is the womb of the mother. So that is one thing that you need to know. It is the womb of the mother where the development happens. So please be clear with this. Very, very important. Yes? What is sperm? Male gamete. This chapter has second highest weightage after life process. Okay. Role of cervix. I'm coming. Awesome. Cool. Now, once the baby is inside the mother's womb or is developing inside the uterus, we see that there are important structure which gets formed. Students, please star mark this point in your textbook. It is about placenta. Now see, placenta is a disc-like structure which is embedded in the uterine wall. Now they have many finger-like projections called as villi on the embryo side of the tissue. Now this placenta is what is responsible for providing nutrition from the mother's blood, and of course we also see that it's responsible for giving it oxygen, important nutrients, right? And it also takes away any waste material which is produced by the growing fetus. So here the placenta tissue is very, very important. Now what connects the placenta? So this disc-like structure is the placenta. But what connects the young one and the placenta? That is this long tube-like structure which we call as the umbilical cord. So the umbilical cord is what connects your placenta to the baby. And when the baby is born, we cut the umbilical cord. And that's why we have, all of us, right, that belly button that we all have. That belly button is the point of connection of the umbilical cord with the mother. So that is why you need to have this understanding. Now, students, please star mark placenta point. This will come for 3 marks. Or this will come for 2 marks also. That's why it is very, very important. Are we all clear? Are we all clear now? Okay? Manisha, I'll come to that. Let me finish this. Cool. So quickly moving on to our NCERT corner. This is the introduction part, right? So this particular topic, which is 7.3.3, is all about adolescence, and you need to underline the pointers where we are talking about the different changes, right? Different changes that occur during adolescence, because that can also come for 3 markers, so please be careful. Next, we have male reproductive system. Now, in the case of male reproductive system, few things to keep in mind. That they are located outside the abdominal cavity because they require a lower temperature. This came as assertion reason. last year, so keep this in mind. Then of course, this pathway, vas deferens, all the accessory glands, right? So the whole pathway, just highlight it and keep it because it's important. And what is the function of the secretions by accessory glands? These are three things you need to have in mind. Look at the diagrams, have the labeling ready because it's important. Now, next up we have the female part. So in the female part, you just need to mainly know the basic parts and how ovaries contain thousands of immature eggs. On reaching puberty, they start maturing, and every month one egg is released by one ovary. Now it is carried all the way to the womb or the uterus through the oviduct or fallopian tube. And finally the uterus opens into the vagina through the cervix. Now this is the whole pathway that I told you. Oops. This is the whole pathway of how it swims, reaches, it gets implanted in the lining where they continue to grow, so on and so forth. But what I want us to focus on in this part is here. The embryo gets nutrition from the mother's blood with the help of placenta. Disc-like structure, which is present in the uterine wall, contains villi on the embryo side of the tissue. It provides a large surface area. Now I missed this point, but it provides a large surface area for oxygen, glucose and various other substances to reach the embryo. And we see that it will, all the waste generated by the embryo will be transferred to the mother's blood through the placenta. And finally, the whole development will take 9 months to happen, right? So please students, this these pointers you have to highlight because this will come for sure. These pointers can come in the examination. So I hope you are highlighting it. Ma'am, baby is born from which opening? Vaginal opening. Vaginal opening, not the other. That is your alimentary canal, not that. Endometrium is the inner lining. So basically the inner layer, right? So I told you that uterus is a muscular layer. So the inner layer of the uterus is what we call as endometrium. Yes, Rupinder, there is an entire chapter on reproductive health. Okay, so finally what happens after 9 months of delivery, the baby is born. Now in this case, let me go back to this slide. Somebody asked me, ma'am, why is it that the baby is upside down here? Who saw this and said, ma'am, why is the baby upside down? Anybody who saw this and wondered why was the baby upside down? Baby was fine, but suddenly now baby has become ulta. So why has that happened? I know, very interesting question, right? See, when 9 months of development happens, there is a message. So once development takes place, the body is able to identify that now the fetus or the young one is ready to be delivered. So through the birth canal, so many of you are asking me the function of cervix. Through the birth canal, we see that out through the vagina. Khader, I'm answering your question once again. Through the vagina, the baby comes out. Now, the ideal position for the baby to come out is head first. So if it comes out head first, it's an easy delivery. But if it comes out the other way, right? If it comes out the other way where, let's say the position where, let's assume that the head was here and the legs were here. This could have an issue where the baby, if at all they proceed, they say that it could be a breach or those are technical terms, but it could damage the baby's body. So in such cases, when a vaginal delivery is not possible, one reason is baby's position. Secondly, it could be in some cases, maybe there is some compromise with the mother's health. So in all of these cases, right, we see that they will prefer a C-section where they will make a huge C, right? At the bottom bit, they'll make a huge C like this. They will cut open the layers and then deliver the baby. And then they will have to stitch it back. And this requires or takes a lot of recovery for the mother. So it takes a long period of time for the mother to recover if a C-section has happened. That's why we see that there is a difference between a normal birth or a vaginal birth and a C-section. Normally, no, the mother's body, See, when we spoke about changes that happen during puberty, the widening of hips in every female, the body is naturally designed to carry a baby. That is naturally possible, right? And yes, the mother goes through a lot during that process. But that's why we always say, no, like mothers are the ones who have given us that life. So I think we should only be grateful. Okay. See, C-section may what normally happens is the mother doesn't, normally she'll be sedated and they do the C-section, but see with all of this, there's a lot of medical aspects to consider. Now recovery is longer in C-section, and once you've had a C-section, a normal delivery is not possible. So second time also, if the mother is having a second child, you need to do C-section. But with vaginal delivery, there's a lot of, because that's how the body is naturally designed, recovery is a little more faster, but again it differs from person to person. What happens to the placenta after birth? The placenta along with the umbilical cord is all then discharged, and now it served its purpose, right? Okay. So now this was our NCERT corner. Now we will move on. So now moving on, right? AV, not really. It depends on how the mother recuperates. It doesn't deteriorate at any point. Neha, I'll answer that question. Now what will happen if no sperm fuses? Now I told you what would happen to the body if the sperm enters into the female tract and fertilization happens. But what would happen if there was no fertilization? Now you see, every month, quickly to recall, every month the ovary will release one egg, right? On reproductive maturity, it releases one egg. Now the whole body, the female reproductive structure is always preparing for the fact that, oh, fertilization will happen, I have to be ready. That's why we see that the inner lining, the endometrium, the inner lining of the uterus will get thickened with blood, mucus, right? It will get thickened with that so that it is ready to receive it. But what if fertilization does not happen? Now fertilization does not happen, not like the ovary will not get released. Ovary will still, not like the egg will not get released. The egg will still get released. So the egg will release, it will go through the path. Now like that only it will go out. So now egg is not getting fertilized. Egg is getting unfertilized. Now it is an unfertilized egg, right? So in this case, what will happen? Now the egg is not fertilized. It will not just hang around in the body. Egg will be like, okay, let me just go out like that, and it will go. Now all this thickening that is there, that is also not needed anymore, because that's not going to be healthy if it's going to be kept within the body for a long time. So all of this also has to be released out, or it has to be discharged. So this discharge of the inner lining, right? This blood, mucus, unfertilized egg that gets shed off, or that is released out through the vagina is what we call as menstruation. So we see that menstruation is the shedding, right? Shedding, removal, whatever you want to call, of this blood, mucus and unfertilized egg. Yes? Now, in a woman's life, in a girl's life, or in a young girl's life, when the woman has her first period, right, or the first menstruation when it happens, we call this as menarche. So this is where the first menstruation has happened. So that means that 1 month before onwards only the body will start to show those changes. That is where on hitting puberty in females we observe this. Now officially this woman has entered into her reproductive cycle. So now this is her whole reproductive phase, right? This is her whole reproductive phase. Now finally every month this process will happen, And in the end, when the last menstrual cycle takes place or after which menstruation pauses, we call this as menopause, right? So this happens, again, differs from person to a person, but around 50, 55 years, we observe that menopause happens, right? It is the last period that is there. And in between is the reproductive cycle or the reproductive phase in females. Now, of course, it is in every cycle. This happens every month because every month one egg is released. So this menstruation or this whole thing is a cyclic process. So we call this also as menstrual cycle. Now during this time, what happens? Let's assume it starts with menstruation, right? So during menstruation, we see that all the shedding or whatever thickening was there, it has gotten out. Next up, we have the follicular phase. That means that the next ovary that is there, I keep saying ovary, the next egg that is there is ready to get released. Now, when it's ready to get released, what will happen? It's getting prepared, right? So, around this time, what will happen? Estrogen levels, right? Estrogen levels will be very high, which also means that the uterus will now prepare itself for the next cycle. Okay, if not this month, next month. So the thickening will start. Now, once the egg or the egg is fully mature, it will be released through ovulation. Now, this is the normally, right, for older couples, they say that this is the window where the chances of pregnancy are high because that is when the ovum is getting released. So, chances of pregnancy is high. Now, let's say if this window gets missed and no fertilization happens, then what will happen? Then we see that in other case, it will disintegrate and of course eventually lead to menstruation, which is the luteal cycle. Luteal cycle. And other hormones are into the picture. So for ovulation and all of that, you have other hormones like FSH, LSH, LH and all that. It will go out of eggs. It will run out of eggs. So 50, 55 after that, we see that hormone production of estrogen will come down. We see that there'll be no longer eggs. There'll be other consequences as a result of it, right? Okay. Ma'am, how does our body know or how does the body know that it has to release? It will not be 30 days. It is actually 28 days. How does the body know? With the help of the hormone levels, right? So it's with the help of hormone levels. So when, let's say during this luteal phase, we will see progesterone hormone. Progesterone hormone, right? Which is also called as the pregnancy hormone. Now the level of this hormone, if it is high and it peaks and it is maintained throughout, then menstruation will not happen. So Neha, you asked me, no? If a person conceives, if a woman is pregnant, will she menstruate? No. Those 9 months she will not menstruate. But after that, it will be back to normal. Similarly, we see that is because of the levels of hormones. Okay, how much progesterone, how much estrogen, it will be able to monitor. Ma'am, do sperms start producing? So in the case of sperms, it is slightly different. In the case of sperms, what happens? It is the viability of sperm. Now, the quality of life a male leads, right? Many of you were asking me, the quality of life. Now, when I say quality of life, what kind of food are they indulging in any bad habits like maybe consuming, alcohol or smoking? All of this has a very big impact on how the sperms are produced. Are they motile enough? Are they viable enough? So that is one aspect, right? They don't advise that, Neha. They don't advise that. Ma'am, egg formed only in fixed place. It's found only in the ovary. Okay. So students, this is one aspect. Infertility is again, infertility will happen if eggs are not being produced properly, if sperms are not of good quality, then the couple will not be able to conceive. Then they will resort to other methods like in vitro fertilization, where they will take it outside their body, do it in a laboratory. So many aspects are there. But mainly understand that it is not always on the female. So that's why when couples go and let's say if they're not able to conceive, they do a lot of tests to try and identify. Uh, that's again, that will be something that the doctor recommends. So with the students, like I said, last part, reproductive health. How are we feeling? Can you believe it? We've reached the last bit of it. Last part of reproductive health and contraceptives. 15 more minutes and we are done. How is the Josh? I hope that for those of you who have been there with me right from the beginning, I hope you are all excited. Ma'am, in the case of PCODs, so PCODs happens due to multiple reasons, but there's cyst formation. And when cyst formation takes place, it affects hormone regulation and hormone production. So that's why there could be irregular periods. Because in all cases, the hormone cycle needs to be balanced, right? Hormone cycle needs to be balanced. Okay, Josh is high and we will move on to the last bit of reproductive health. So from this, one thing that we need to understand, Rupinder, I will not say that. It was a voluntary choice because I wanted to do a class. See, I could have done this on Wednesday. But the reason why I chose not to do it on Wednesday was because I wanted this time. See, now it is not too late in the night. I'm not teaching at 12 and 1 in the morning, no. It is still 8:30, which means I can finish off this class and you can still have dinner. That's why I did this on a Saturday. So that I can aram se teach you. You have time, I can give you 15-20 minute breaks. You can take that. Cool. Kavin, I will answer. Sanjay, why? So Ritika, that is basically stages of development. Graphian follicle is basically your egg that is there is surrounded by this Graphian follicle, right? Or it's found that follicular phase may, the Graphian follicle will mature. And when the Graphian follicle ruptures, the egg will get released. The remnant that is there is what we call as corpus luteum that secretes the progesterone. ठीक है. Blastocyst that is there is a stage in embryo development. Now moving on, let's have a look at reproductive health, right? So quickly, now we've understood that in any case, whether we talk about proper functioning of sperms or in the case of production of eggs or whatever it be, we see that there is a need to have a healthy lifestyle, right? So we see that presence of healthy reproductive organs and their normal functioning along with proper behavior and social attitude all plays an important role in reproductive life, in our reproductive health, which is why whenever we talk about health, right, it is physical, mental and social well-being. Now in this case, when we talk about reproductive health, physically we can take care of our reproductive health by eating right and making sure that we take in nutritious food. Because now, especially during your age, right, especially during teenage, there is a lot of changes happening within your body, a lot of hormones getting produced. You are still growing, which means that half the time eating pizza, eating, ramen and all this is not advisable. Making sure you have a balanced diet for proper hormone production is necessary. Next, having personal hygiene, taking bath regularly, not telling yourself that, ma'am, it's winter, I'll not take bath, I'll not wash my hands. No. Even the smallest of smallest things matter, right? Which is why in this case, it's necessary to take care of it. Along with that, disease prevention is also necessary because there are diseases that can affect the reproductive system. And we call these diseases as sexually transmitted diseases. Yes, or short form is STD. So we see that these are diseases or these are infections which can be transmitted through sexual contact, which means we know through direct contact, right? Now some examples are that of gonorrhea, syphilis and AIDS, where it is transmitted through the bodily fluids. And we see that this can have an impact on the reproductive structures. In some cases, it can affect the external genitalia or in the case of AIDS, right, it can affect the overall immunity. It can affect the overall immunity of the organism. So in the case of AIDS, we know that HIV is the virus that causes it, and AIDS stands for acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, where the immune system of our body gets compromised, which is why in this case, this right here is very important. Now in gonorrhea, we see that it affects the urethra, it affects the rectum, and in some cases the cervix in females, and this can be treated through antibiotics. While I told you that in AIDS, it affects the immune system. Last but not the least, socially, one more way in which we can improve, right? We can improve this reproductive health is by awareness of contraception. Now, contraception is very, very important. You can get a 5-mark question on contraception. So, do not forget to star mark this in your textbook. Now, what is contraception? Now, we know that when fertilization happens, it can lead to the production of zygote, and it can, of course, cause pregnancy. Now, at times, it could be that it is an unwanted pregnancy. The parents would not have planned it, right? So, how can we prevent any unwanted pregnancies from happening? Or in some cases, the mother's health would not be appropriate, so then it would not support it. So, all in all, if we want to prevent unwanted pregnancies, what can we do? That is what we call as contraception, which is a way in which we can prevent pregnancy. Now, there are various, or what is the importance of contraception? Super important, students. Please highlight this. Contraception helps prevent unwanted pregnancies, also helps in prevention of transmission of these STDs, right? And of course, it promotes for increase in gap between two children, because at times the mother's body just after pregnancy takes some time to recover, right? It takes some time to fully recover from all the changes that has happened. So it is wise to have good gap between two children, and of course allows for controlling population growth. So what are the different methods? We have barrier method, hormonal method, which is also oral pills, intrauterine devices, and surgical methods. Yes? So first up, we will look at barrier method. Now, barrier method is when there is a physical barrier, right? There is something physically that will act as a barrier, or it will not allow the sperm and the egg to meet. So it acts as a physical barrier. So in this case, in the case of males, male condoms are recommended, that is put onto the penis or the external genitalia. And of course, we see that it acts as a barrier. Or in females, we see that the female condom, which is called as the diaphragm, is inserted into the vagina, and this acts as a physical barrier. Yes? So this is all about barrier methods. I am not at all impressed, Sanjay. I know you know what it means. Next up, we have hormonal method. Now, hormonal method is something that is not really recommended, but in the case of maybe in some cases, let's say if protection was not used, or if barriers were not used, right? We see that hormonal method is used where pills that have hormones, or these pills are made up of hormones or chemicals that inhibit pregnancy. Now, they are very effective, but it's not advised because, or it should not be taken without the advice of a doctor, because it can affect, they are hormones basically, you are ingesting hormones. So it can affect menstruation, it can cause headaches, it can cause dizziness also. Then of course we have intrauterine. So are we clear? Mala D is an example of this. Mala D, I-pill, all of these are examples of hormonal method. Ma'am, why would doctor ask? So there are some people who go on birth control. So married couples, they normally go on birth control, which could be birth control pills that could be taken on the advice of a doctor. ठीक है. Now moving on to intrauterine device. Now intrauterine devices, right? So we see that intrauterine devices are those which are inserted into the uterus, which is normally made up of, it could be made up of metal or maybe plastic, right? But normally, like, it when it is inserted, it again prevents, right? It does not allow for the sperm and the egg to meet. So copper T is an example of this, where the copper ions that are there, they actually affect, or they they get rid of the sperms that enter into the female tract. Now, normally used by females, but it's not very comfortable for them, so it can cause irritation or some pelvic infection as well. Now, these are all short-term goals or short-term contraceptive methods that we saw. Are there any long-term ones? So those are surgical methods. So in surgical methods, we see that there is tubectomy and vasectomy. Tubectomy is done in females where the oviduct, where fertilization happens, is cut and it is ligated. So as you can see, it is cut here and they have tied it together such that if the egg is released, the sperm cannot meet it because now they have cut that barrier. So that is what we call as tubectomy. And we see that the fallopian tube passage is blocked. Next we have vasectomy, where the vas deferens that is there. Sorry about that. Then we have vasectomy, wherein we see that, here the vas deferens or the sperm duct is cut and ligated such that the sperms will not proceed further. Now in this case, it can cause infection. Yes, you can use ointments also. That is also one more way of contraception. So with this is the last bit. We are done, students. We are done. So this pointer is very important in NCERT, right? You need to have a look at this because you need to know what will happen during menstrual cycle. I'm not underlining this portion, but reproductive health, please star mark it, because contraception can come for 4 marks, can come for 5 marks. It's a very repeated question. So with that, we come to the end. So here's a quick list of practice questions for all of you. Quickly take a screenshot. Jaldi se take a screenshot. These are practice questions that you can solve for your board exams. These are going to be subjective questions. Ma'am, what happens to the egg when tubectomy is done? So tubectomy is done is normally at a later stage. It will get released, but eventually it will disintegrate there. So in twins, there are 2 ways, Kavin. Twins can form either where maybe in some cases 2 eggs get fertilized, or when zygote is undergoing division, it will split into 2 and then it will undergo further development. So if 2 eggs get fertilized, we call them as fraternal twins who are non-identical. But if the same zygote splits into 2 and then ends up giving rise to 2 babies, we call it as identical twins. Okay. So it differs from person to person, right? Contraceptive choices depend upon the people, the couple. So it depends on various things, right? Ma'am, what exactly happens? So normally when it comes to abortions happen either when there could be some compromise to the mother's health, or maybe sometimes the implantation has not happened in the uterus, but it has happened in the fallopian tube, right? So those are called as ectopic pregnancies. So in those cases, they prefer for an abortion at a very early stage, between the first 6 weeks, not around that time is what is ideal, and only when it is medically recommended. So that's why they have a term which I'm not able to remember, but only if medically recommended is how abortions can happen. Miscarriages can happen again due to health. It can happen when implantation is not proper. It could happen when the thickening of the uterus is not proper, because of which the zygote or the embryo is not able to implant properly, right? ठीक है. So with this, I come to the end of today's class. Now, if you found this class helpful, do not forget to let me know in the comments. And quickly, homework question for all of you, where you have to list 4 methods of contraception. 4 methods of contraception. You can let me know in the comments, and of course, do not forget to let me know. I will be checking your answers. Now on Monday at 7 p.m. Ankita ma'am will be coming with the important PYQs of this chapter. So I hope you're all excited for that as well. I will see you all soon, students. Thank you so much for staying till the very end of this class. My voice has become a little hoarse, please don't mind, but with this, I will be signing off. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you soon. But up until then, take care. Lots of love to all of you, and bye-bye. Good night.